not only is Shu particularly one of my favorites, but he's particularly important to the conversation, right? Because you guys don't think that there's multiple levels of our reality. And so there's one level of our reality where, it's like, okay, everything is at face value. Then there's another level where there's like, okay, certain things may be happening behind the scenes, right? Then there's another level where people may be unknowingly acting on behalf of a higher power, right? So there are a lot of things that go on in the same time in the same space with totally different and unrelated sources. That being said, this video is going to be about melanin, the Schumann resonance, and how the cavity between the Earth and the ionosphere creates and conducts waves, and that shaped the planet. But it's Shu that is the god of that, and this was documented thousands and thousands of years ago. Now today, your science books tell you that this is the Schumann resonance. So if you are more comfortable with the Schumann resonance story as it stands, fine. There's no need to take this outside of a scientific context. However, if you would like to go a little bit further and color outside the lines, this is the rabbit hole that you would like to go down to get a little bit more of that detail, and of course, I'm always open for conversation, smoke, etc., on anything that I present, right? I'm always down to stand on my square. So let's just take a little piece. I want you to get to this though, all right? So Shu was depicted as the dry air or atmosphere between the earth and sky, separating the two realms after the event of the first occasion. Okay, that's who Shu is. Shu is represented. Let me make sure I got a picture of this right here, so you can see, because y'all can also do this on your own. I'm just gonna get you a little thing. Now, let me show you. Let me show you the my kings and euphanize my queens. We struggle daily against ops. We don't even see him saying health is wealth. I reminiscing at a mausoleum ain't even a move, God. Let's look at that space. Spinning in place like this was foosball. We ain't moving forward. Wait, no. Okay, now right here, got you. So here's the planet, and trust me, we have no beef with flat earthers, but here's the planet, right? And the ionosphere is the just outside the dotted, just outside the dotted, like you on the NBA, you playing in the basketball, like this the NBA for real, but just outside the dotted. Inside, those are all of the longitudinal and mechanical waves, and that is the realm of the god Shu, and the most important part of this video. Let's go, Lock. Me and King don't talk, he mad over his bids, but me and King so cracking guns when we was kids.
this is a very short recap for a very short list of very cynical individuals that made the claim that they watched the entire 40-hour marathon we put together, including the finale and all of the reviews, and they did not see any miracles on Urban Moss Street. I said, well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and highlight one for you. I'm going to show you how pigment outside of melanin absorbs light and sound. Then I'm going to show you the Schumann resonance, which shaped all life on this planet. And I'm going to show you how melanin different, because melanin is not even solely operating on light. Melanin operating on sound, just like I told you with the ENQI cycle. Now you're going to see, when you see that melanin hits every frequency of the Schumann resonance and does not have the valleys and peaks like all other pigments. You're going to see why other pigment is inferior to melanin. Now you're going to get this all the way work. And after this, there should be no question about, did you see the mirror?
I'm about to hit the gym. I need buzz this time. Last time it was, hold up, that's my jam. I'm about to turn this up now. I need the walls. This the Grammy winner, nominate the $ Minister ENQI. Send me some. Piano is the heart of instruments, airstring percussion, no coincidence. We hear with our mind, not with our ears. That's why here is the hear. We affect our peers deeper than chakras. Phantom of the opera, the freak accident that made the gun you was loaded, start popping your sarcophagus, your flow, hustle 3-6 mafia. The chick singing, hook niggas like tilapia, octave to octo, chakra notes. A 6% difference in frequency, folks. 6 the magnetic hexagon carbon, flesh is vibrating strings, IG carbon, say me the sergeant, Ogun squad, living behind bars. We coming for the tune guard, these 48 frequencies, holding niggas. Create the illusion of motion picture. We're gonna shake for that money, take for that money, make no mistake, next break for the money, bake cake for the money, take rate for the money, I'll suck your DNA for the money. Eardrums, the organs, here's the heartbeat. How dumb niggas come off of Smart Street. BX the Marcy, I'm the Marcus Garvey. In the spirit of the hieroglyphs, I'm the Sharpie. I grind cause I chose to, shine cause I'm supposed to. Redefine your mind like I'm not supposed to. Run the play, let me coach you. I'll show you how bi-coastal becomes global. Music is the blueprint, life is shaped. Atoms popping, lock, light vibrate. Chemical reactivity is shape. Checkmate if you can't make that melanin shape. You lost in the street if you don't know those lectures. Shine and come down the photoreceptors. The theory of music is the overtone. I'm giving you the keys to hold your own. Pun intended, I wrote on Gilly's house. It's the alkaline slide with a big willy bounce. Big city kid, witty nerd, but he spit litty. That sound becoming light, niggas stick with me. Bouncing overtones, create beats from doubling or having frequencies. I'm the I King dream, the binary code. Remember, money is a legal note. We're gonna shake for that money, take for that money. Make no mistake, next break for the money. Bake cake for the money, take rate for the money. I'll suck your DNA for the money. Eardrums, the organs, here's the heartbeat. How dumb niggas come off of Smart Street. BX the Marcy, I'm the Marcus Garvey. In the spirit of the hieroglyphs, I'm the Sharpie. I grind cause I chose to, shine cause I'm supposed to. Redefine your mind like I'm not supposed to. Run the play, let me coach you. I'll show you how bi-coastal become glow. I told you, God is light is the answer. Articulated by horizontal gene transfer. Music composition seen by a conductor. What I see when I look at a protein structure. Pitch, range, dynamic, temperament, amino acid, electromagnetic fingerprint, sound design, out the mound with mine. Sumerians didn't wear Calvin Klein. Chemistry is genetics, hot shot. Why where virus goes viral, call hot spot. Stick with God when you're not sure. Trace the haplotypes, plasma secure. Asthma for war, the air's been weaponized. This revolution won't be televised, meaning this information ain't song and dance. In a song to dance, a sing along with fans. We're gonna shake for that money, take for that money. Make no mistake, next break for the money. Bake cake for the money, take rate for the money. I'll suck your DNA for the money. Eardrums, the organs, here's the heartbeat. How dumb niggas come off of Smart Street. BX the Marcy, I'm the Marcus Garvey. In the spirit of the hieroglyphs, I'm the Sharpie. I grind cause I chose to, shine cause I'm supposed to. Redefine your mind like I'm not supposed to. Run the play, let me coach you. I'll show you how bi-coastal becomes glow. If you smoke or eat like Sadie, if you think like Dr. Africa, if you fight like Baba Kalindi, if you spiritual like Credo, if you love like Mama Koswa, if you got questions like Delbert, if you heal like Dr. Kiefer, if you teach like Francis Cress, if you speak like Dick Gregory, if you feel like electricity, if you smell like victory, this that they can't get with me, I'm about to make history. This that not based on your ethnicity. We not scared of excessive syllabicity. The singularity, synchronicity. My God ain't no mystery. Shout out to the East Coast, everybody in the Midwest, everybody in the dirty South, on that West Coast, out in Puerto Rico, Salisbury, come on, Myrtle Beach, Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, New York, hold up, the Bronx, baby, Toronto, LA, Houston, Miami, let's go Charlotte, come on Dallas, Philly, Seattle, Detroit, wait a minute, Motown, Indy, Nashville, New Orleans, Toronto, Baltimore, Jersey, Canada, Jamaica, Haiti, Mexico, everybody from everywhere, goddammit. Hold up, man. We're about to go into genius level bars right now. Just cause I can. Right? When the money in the air and the dice is skipping, I'm Kobe in the fourth, no slight to Pippin. When the dice stop skipping, it's 3 6s. You live in remixes, your life prefixes. The flow, the call is the protocol. How else would a smart nigga know the ball? My words are the plane, you're the pilot. Corner versus car and equal coronavirus. I came here to reunite us. Ancient warrior shit, Leonidas. Talking greasy like I'm eating chicken. Actually, I'm getting chicken. I got your OG under my wing like rice. That's the plain Jane bar, you so obnoxious. The perspective of the bar depend on who watches. Get it? Say it back and think of new watches. Inconscious, through conscious, blue tropics, we can go to blue optics. Then entitlement, then new nonsense. Keeping up so long, you become the Johnsons. I meant the Joneses. I'm about to hit the gym, I need buzz this time. Last time it was, hold up, that's my jam. I'm about to turn this up now, I need the walls to, this the Grammy winner, nominate the $ Minister ENQI, send me some. Piano is the heart of instruments, airstring percussion, no coincidence. We hear with our mind, not with our ears. That's why here is to hear. We affect our peers deeper than chakras. Phantom of the opera, the freak accident that made the gun you was loaded start popping your sarcophagus, your flow hustle 3-6 mafia. The chick singing hook niggas like tilapia, octave to octo, chakra notes. A 6% difference in frequency, folks. 6 the magnetic hexagon carbon, flesh is vibrating strings. IG Farbin, save me the sergeant. Old goon squad, living behind bars. We coming for the tune guard. These 48 frequencies, holding niggas. Create the illusion of motion picture. We're gonna shake for that money, take for that money. Make no mistake, next break for the money. Bake cake for the money, take rake for the money. I'll suck your DNA for the money. Here drums the organs, here's the heartbeat. How dumb niggas come off of Smart Street. BX the Marcy, I'm the Marcus Garvey. In the spirit of the hieroglyphs, I'm the Sharpie. I grind cause I chose to, shine cause I'm supposed to. Redefine your mind like I'm not supposed to. Run the play, let me coach you. I'll show you how bi-coastal becomes global. Music is the blueprint, life is shaped. Atoms popping, lock, light vibrate. Chemical reactivity is shake. Checkmate if you can't make that melanin shake. You lost in the street.
You lost in the street if you don't know those lectures. Shine and come down the photoreceptors. Yeah. All right. So yes, I was up all night. Oh man. Finishing up, trying to nurse Chase back to health. Yeah. Chase thought it was a good idea to dive on one leg in the ice. It didn't work out too well. Listen, before we get started, I'm gonna be a little bit late, right?
It's okay. We'll be here for a good bit. I just want to, I know most of you know already, right? But here's my camera. And here is my computer screen. Camera, computer. So sometimes, you know, I'm live and people, they don't know what I'm doing when I'm like, you know. So I don't want people to think that, you know, anything is weird. I love it. I love it. Brothers is in here early in the morning. Peace to all of the family. Bro, I think this guy sleep less than me. Crumb is in the building. All right, so we're going to go through, we're going to start with the Holy Royal Arch. We're going to start with the Holy Royal Arch. Okay. Let's try to see this. And hopefully we're going to get to, I don't want to say this. One of my brothers from Philly, right? The city of brotherly love. One of my brothers from Philly asked me, he said, bro, you've been going in on like some of the symbolism of masonry and you know, the way you're breaking down the information and the historical narrative and but we want you to get back, you know, to the diabetes. And my answer to the brother was, I never left the diabetes, right? My goal in delving into my life in terms of speaking more on, you know, masonry and is just to elucidate on how I learned, you know, how I learned the information, where I got the information from. So today we're going to focus in on the heart, right? Because the heart is the number one cause of death, right? The number one cause of death. But people for years have remarked I have a unique teaching style. And that's kind of what we're doing here, you know, or the last couple of months anyway. I'm just sharing where that comes from in hopes that it'll give people a deeper sense of understanding the information. So today we're going to get to, you know, we're going to talk about the heart. We're going to talk about blood circulation. Hopefully we can put foot in ass of heart disease, right? That is a big piece to diabetes, right? Most of the people with diabetes suffer heart disease, or they wind up dying from a heart attack, right? Or some form of complications that revolve around cardiology. A lot of people that have transitioned from the quote unquote pandemic, right? Heart issues. A lot of people who have had complications from medication circling around the pandemic, you know, have had or are dealing with, you know, some form of heart issues, heart palpitation, nervous system issues. So we're going to cover that whole gambit. Ooh, I did not upload the book. So let me start to uploading the book. Let me start to uploading the book, because I was just about to say today's conversation is going to be a 200-page increase in the manual, right? So I know most of you have been downloading the free book as I've been updating it. And so, yeah, the book has grown from 1,259 pages, I believe, was the last update. Today's update will take the book up to close to 1,500 pages, of course, completely free. Completely free. So give it a second as it uploads. By the end of the presentation, it'll be there. Digital file. Yeah. Digital file. Where you at? 1,466 pages. Okay, that didn't work. My computer said there's no way you are uploading a 1 gig PDF right now. File is too big and can't be uploaded. 1 gig max. Interesting. Interesting. My computer's like, nah, bro, you're not going to be able to. Can you do it? I'm not going to be able to know. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So that's doing what it do. That is doing what it do. But we're going to get started anyway. That is doing what it does. So we're going to get started while that works in the background. Also, you know, I had a little debate, and so we're going to get to check that out today. That's going to be a part of today's conversation. So we're going to walk through some, we're going to get into the Royal Arch. Then from there, we're going to go into this little electronic debate that I had with artificial intelligence. Yeah. Man. Listen. I might try to have I appreciate that. I might try to have some physical copies. I don't know what the cost is going to be. Right now, it's almost 1,500 pages. So I don't know what the cost to be for to get them printed. But it would be dope if we could have that for the event that we're going to have in June or mid to late June. We're doing an event, Crumb TV. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be crazy. Salute to G-Man, right? Salute to Crumb, MOI, Crip, right? But that would be dope if I could have some physical copies ready. But I had it started with DJ. Y'all know DJ from the American Healer podcast. It started with DJ. DJ was the main one. Now, there was a bunch of people that was hitting me up about Chat GPT and AI. And so DJ was really like, nah, you got to try this out, boo. But anyway, so me and Chase had got into it. Chase is my right-hand man. You know what I'm saying? So me and Chase got into it, and I'm telling him, like, bro, there's no way that the AI is smarter than me. Period. But I had to use it. I had to try it out. You know what I'm saying? I bent. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, you know what? I'm going to try out the AI. And the AI is not smarter than Dr. ENQI. It's not smarter than Yo, I beat the shit out the AI. But I have it, though. So we're going to see it. We're going to walk through it. And I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to teach y'all a good lesson about that AI. Also, at the same time, you know, we're going to learn some other stuff while we walk through it. But it's interesting. And we're going to learn a lot as we go through it, obviously. You know what I'm saying? But I got all of the AI. You know what I'm saying? Me versus the AI. I literally broke the AI. Like, the AI had to tap out. The AI cannot fuck with Dr. ENQI. Like, period. So, so if y'all are in the soul craft movement and y'all are studying with us, you're going to be ahead of the AI. The AI needs me. I don't need it. And if you with us, you don't need it either. Like, the AI is going to mislead you and misdirect you. So, yeah, it's going to be a good one today. And like, so if it's going to be a good one, just get into it. Okay, we're going to get into it, damn it. I'm going to have to pull a Crip Jesus and do my timestamps. Unless somebody want to go ahead and do some timestamps for me, that would be dope. Okay. Keep in mind, it's almost 1,500 slides in here. Where do we start? All right, so I think we can start here will be a good spot. Maybe here. Or here. Okay. Yeah, I think this would be a good spot. Okay, so like I said, we're going to go and review. So if you have heard this once or twice, hopefully it helps your memory, your retention of the information, right? We start off the book with a prayer, right? We start off the book with a prayer from chapter 64, book of coming forth by day. Very important. Very important. In fact, hold on. So important that we might just go ahead and peruse. We might just go ahead and peruse that really quick for you. Make sure you guys go check out the documentary American Healer, right? But we have chapter 64, the total chapter 64 here for you guys, right? It's here in the beginning of the book. So you can download the 1200 page version of the book. It is there. Of course, it has all of our lovely, so all of that's in there, right? So you can definitely go ahead and grab the book, download it for free. By the end of the presentation, I'm going to forget. By the end of the presentation, I'm going to forget. And somebody's going to cuss me out. And then by tomorrow morning, the newer version will be there. But there's a fresh 200 pages that we've added. There's a fresh 200 pages that we've added, right? And here we kind of go through the earliest version of the triple tau, you know, in the opening of this segment of the book, right? We're just reviewing some key little factors. Very important to where we got into our study of the Holy Royal Arch. For the people who have the first scroll, which details the exercises and all of the routines that you need to do to keep your cardiovascular system healthy, which we will not be going over today because you have that in the first PDF. Right, but that focuses on the bone marrow and your original apron that God gave you. Right, God gave everybody an apron. It's called the greater omentum, or your mother's apron. Right, so we focus on our bone marrow health, which creates most of what you know of as your immune system. And then we focus on our greater omentum, right, which is your apron, right, your natural apron, right, then we talk about the 7 wise gods who presided over painting. And then, you know, we kind of elaborated on the biochemistry of paint and color and that whole process and how that kind of devolved into the misunderstanding of what people call chakras. Right. Then we kind of get a little bit more specific. Right. And like I said, go ahead and download this. For the people that have been following me the longest, you know that I talk about the histones. Right. And the histones being the 4 sets of twins that govern creation in the Enid or the Agdod stories, but very, very live and active in your flesh today. Right. And so we kind of went into the sirtuins and how the sirtuins function and methylation. I think we'll touch on some of that today. We're going to get to some of that today. Right. We talk about the pineal gland, the keystone. Right. And feel free, if you guys have some questions, to put the questions under the video in the comment section. Right. Now, this right here, I know a lot of people have interpreted some of the ancient symbolism, and they have associated the Holy Royal Ark with the top of the brain. I see this picture floating around a lot of places, and we want to add that correction. This is not the Holy Royal Ark. Right? A lot of you people out there are pineal gland crazy. So, yeah, we got to try to stop that. I almost choked this now. So I can feel the hate coming through the... We got to try to stop that, okay? The pineal gland is not everything. Right? The pineal gland is not everything. You guys have to stop trying to put the pineal gland in every single place in every single ancient spiritual story. It doesn't fit. It doesn't work. Okay. When you have an ancient story or an ancient mnemonic device, right? It's very important that you that the science matches the narrative. Right? Biosemiotics is about being able to extrapolate the science that was encoded in these mnemonic devices that we have passed down as symbols and stories, which are more elaborate, you know. So that's not that. Right? The Holy Royal Arch is not that. And when we get all the way through, you'll be able to see how the Holy Royal Ark relates to the body, the aorta, the blood, the pineal gland. All of those things fit into the narrative, but they are not the narrative. Right? Right? So this is probably going to be the star of the show for today. Right? This guy right here. This is going to be the star of the show today. Right? We definitely want you guys to send your money in. Cash App, $ Minister ENQI. Right? Cash App, $ Minister ENQI. We want you to send in at least $500, $1,000. If you learn something. If not, If you don't see that value, please do not send any cash apps. Right? If you don't see that value, please don't send any cash apps. But if you do, definitely send a 20, send a 50, send some 10s, right? Trepanation, very important to our story, right? Trepanation is very important to our story. The reason why trepanation is so important to the story is you have to put these stories into, and I'm sure MOI probably appreciate that, but you have to get times and dates, right? Are very important. So today, the practice of trepanation is unheard of. Nobody knows what that is, trepanation, right? But the 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, this was a thing, right? There's still little pockets of places where people think, you know, like this is still a thing some places. Quietly, of course, right? But in years past, this was like a serious thing. Just like if we go back far enough, if we go back far enough, people thought that when you got sick, they should, you know, cut you and bleed you out a little bit. You know, bloodletting was a thing, right? If you go back even further into the process of bloodletting, there was a practice where people thought that they could taste the blood and see, you know, what was wrong. And so there's some barbaric stuff the further you go back in some of these different practices, especially associated with your health, right? But trepanation was one of them. And so it kind of snuck into some of our ancient esoteric, if you will, ideology, right? So we have this as a main feature to understanding the Kemetic idea of keystone, right? Because a large part of the story was putting a hole in the brain to relieve pressure on the brain, but then also taking the journey down to the Holy of Holies, which is your heart, right? That is your heart, right? And so that journey started here. So we did a whole video on this, right? We're just doing review right now, right? I think we did like a 4-hour video on this. So if I'm going fast, it's because we are in review, right? You guys might have missed it, right? So all of this is review. None of this is a part of the today's presentation, right? So I should go through these slides. Like, so what? I can hear y'all. I can hear y'all, right? So this was the journey. I'm sure the brothers are probably a lot more familiar with the journey I'm talking about here, right? You remove that keystone. Now, for today's conversation, what's the most important is the ancient anatomy, the ancient anatomy, right? The ancient anatomy that scientists said was inaccurate. Yeah, no, this is my pet peeve. Trying to play my ancestors as if they were stupid. And I know some of y'all may be looking at this depiction saying, yeah, ENQI, that is inaccurate. That's because you guys did not understand what was being communicated, right? So this depiction here is called the NILE theory, right? This depiction is symbolic of the NILE theory of how the body works. And as the name of the theory suggests, the NILE theory is all based on water. And we're going to talk about how we went from this theory to, of course, the Europeans debunking this theory. And now, within the last, I guess, 50 years, academia has returned to the NILE theory. Academia has returned to the NILE theory because this is the only theory that accurately explains how the heart works. Right? So all of you people out there talking about structured water, yeah, the Egyptians, the first to ever do it. There's no documented history anywhere of anybody talking about structured water being the driver of biology earlier than the NILE theory, and in more detail. So we're gonna we're gonna go through that. Yeah, we're gonna go through this. Right? A lot of our ancient narratives have talked about different prophets, right, being sent in the basket down the river. ENQI even lived, by some stories, in the river or in a castle that sat just like there was, just atop the river, right? So ENQI is said to live like basically on the keystone. But here is that river, the aqueduct of Sylvius. This is also where you get the silver cord, right? The aqueduct of Sylvius, the silver cord, the silver string, the tie that binds, right? We talked about Ram, Banjadet, the goat, right? This is actually here in the brain, right? And there's a bunch of different narratives that have survived till today. Our ancestors try to communicate this to us a variety of ways. The Bible is no different, right? We have in the Bible, what do we have in the Bible that people couldn't get? That people couldn't get, and so the church folks hid it. They hid it because they hate it, right? They hid it because they hate it because they don't understand what's there, right? So what are we talking about in the Bible? God hissing, right? Hissing. God hissing at the Israelites. Like, what is, and then you get a lot of, how do I phrase it? The anti-Bible people, right? They use this as a passage to say that God must also be the devil. And, they try to misinterpret the Bible because, they don't understand what's there. And, you know, a lot of people that, a lot of people have an axe to grind. And so instead of continuing to study, you know, they will take their surface level interpretation as all that there can possibly be. Right. And so they relate the serpent or the great serpent to Satan, and then say, oh, look, God is hissing at the Israelites. So you're almost saying that, you know, so it gets crazy when we don't study. We'll just leave it at that. Right. Sunday morning, we spreading love. It's the Brooklyn way. But thanks to Dr. ENQI now, we know that hissing sound actually is talking about the third ventricle. It's actually talking about the third ventricle. Very important, right? That is the place where all of your experiences are processed. That is the place where all of your experiences are processed. Very important for you to understand. And that whooshing sound is the vortex in your third ventricle. It's a very strong vortex. Well, it should be anyway. Some of y'all are brain dead. Just these are facts. So there's not really much whooshing going on in there. You know what I'm saying? You're whooshing, but yeah, it's a rap in there, right? But there's a hissing sound that you know, for the highly active, right? And hopefully we get into some brainwave conversation. You know, theta, beta, delta, gamma. Talk about some of that. Brainwave activity, maybe even get into the mu waves. I don't think we'll get into the mu waves, but hopefully we get into some brainwave conversation, because that plays a role in the activity in the third ventricle. And the third ventricle is the home of not just this very important vortex in your brain, which transfers the information from your experiences to your blood, which then transfers that information to the heart to be compressed into what we know of as the spirit. We'll get there. But that's also, that same third ventricle is the home of the pineal gland, right? So stop thinking, like I said, again, the pineal gland is the star of the show. You know what I'm saying? It's important. It's a key piece, but it grows from the third ventricle, right? The pineal gland literally grows out of the third ventricle and sits at the roof of the third ventricle, right? And that is probably the reason why it is important. It was kind of important to have, you know, some of the anatomy of what the pineal gland is, so people will have the accurate function, you know, so then you can stop getting goofballs jumping on the internet telling you that, oh, your pineal gland is calcified, you know, that, so it's not working. No, dumb. The pineal gland is calcified because it's a calcium crystal. Yeah, it's supposed to be calcified. Okay, it's made from calcium, right? See, so now I need you guys to stop watching other channels. Yeah, I need you to do that. Like, don't mix me up with these other people. Seriously, because you watch me and then you might watch like Phil Valentine or one of these other people telling you that the pineal gland is calcified, so it's not functioning. You can't tap into your spirit. And that's the same nigga's going to tell you to snort crack to open your DMT or go in your anus for your chakras and all that. Like, chill. Don't mix me and my hard work up with all that kind of talk. Right? Seriously. It's an insult to your ancestors. Right? You don't need drugs to have a relationship with God. You don't need deviant sex practices to build your soul and your spirit. That's demon talk. We live in a world of demon time. And I know y'all cringe when I say things like that. Unfortunately, we're surrounded by demons. Yeah. These are only facts, people. We are surrounded by demons, and it is a war for your soul. Period. Yeah, a lot of people that's going to mislead you into thinking that in order for you to have a relationship with God or to build your soul and your spirit, you got to do some drugs. You got to have some type of deviant sexual experiences, or, you know, if you want to get a record deal, you out there trying to do your music, you know, you gotta catch a body. You know, you gotta kill somebody, literally. That is, in case y'all didn't understand, I have to say these things because nobody else is going to say these things. That's what the industry is looking for artists. You know what I'm saying? They want you to kill someone. You know, that's just what it is. So if you do that, then you get a big, you know, you get a nice deal, nice contract, nice check. Or, you know, they want you to do some of the drugs and the sexual practice kind of thing. But it's really about the violence now. You know what I'm saying? So, and I need y'all to understand today's conversation. I don't have time to really fully elaborate, but I need you to get the basics. So that's why we're going to understand the heart, blood, and heart disease, and why we got all these fake Egyptian scholars like Reggie and Jabari that talking about, you know, they know something about Kemet, right? How you know anything about Kemet? Kemet is, to study Kemet, you need to know the weighing of the heart ceremony. That should be your first badge to know, to be able to step out there and say, you know something about Kemet. You got to know weighing of the heart ceremony. You cannot know weighing of the heart ceremony if you don't have any solutions for the #1 cause of death, which is heart disease, because the weighing of the heart ceremony is all about that. Yeah, right. And some of these things that people are doing, chasing money or chasing spirituality, create stains on the soul and the spirit that you can't get off. You cannot fix. You cannot fix. You can't fix. I'm telling you, you can't undo some of these things once you do them. They cannot be undone. So you have to really be careful, be mindful. You know what I'm saying? We got basketball players waving guns. Like it's a full-blown attack on your soul and your spirit. Diabetes is a full-blown attack on your soul and your spirit. That's why diabetes is the leading cause of heart disease. And the heart is where your whole, the key to understanding your soul and your spirit is there with your heart, intertwined. Yeah. So we got to have these conversations. Yeah, that whole born in sin thing is foolishness. We can get rid of that whole born in sin thing. Right? We can get rid of that born in sin thing. Right? The born in sin idea it was a great brainwash when it you know, hundreds of years ago. But we still shouldn't be in that 2023, right? Because that allowed for people to continue to do things that would stain the soul and then think that they're going to have a good transition after death. Like, no, yeah, no, that's not it, right? Unless you're going to take that born in sin ideology or mnemonic and say, okay, well, because I was born in sin, I'm going to live a righteous, disciplined life. If you're going to take it in that frame of reference, then you got it. You know what I'm saying? Great. But for most people, the way that whole born in sin idea is communicated is, you know, we're living in some sort of grace period where, you know, you pretty much can do no wrong because all your sins are already paid for. So basically, do as you will. That, I'm gonna let y'all know, that born in sin concept is the parent to the Aleister Crowley concept. So don't be out there saying that Aleister Crowley is Illuminati, and at the same time, we were all born in sin, so you got to repent to Jesus because blah, 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 blah. No, you have to be careful. You have to be careful the ideologies you accept, because when you accept one ideology, it may be a seed or a springboard to another one, right? So we're already born in sin, and we're living in grace, so you can do no wrong. All your sins have been paid for, and all your sins have been preordained. That leads to do as you will. Yeah, you might as well just rape, kill, plunder, do whatever, because hey, all your sins are already paid for. That would be a gross misinterpretation of what our ancestors put down, right? So we want to move away from that concept completely, unless, like I said, you're going to take that concept and go, okay, we were born in sin, so I need to live a righteous, disciplined life, right? But we want to move away from any ideology that gives us the idea that the things that we do to ourselves, to our body, and to other people have no bearing on the soul. The things that you do to yourself, the things that you do to your body, the things that you do to other people literally become your soul. And yeah, this is why the number one cause of death on earth is heart disease right now, because we have no idea what we're doing out here, and neither do doctors. And I'm going to show you, neither does AI. I'll beat the hell out of AI too. You're going to see. I'm going to show you. I ain't going to just tell you I did it. So anyway, it was important for us to get into the anatomy of this guy so you could see what it actually does, what it doesn't do, right? It took me a lot of time to get people to understand that the pineal gland is an active gland, right? It's responsible for your circadian rhythm, majority of your melatonin production, right? Because it converts serotonin into melatonin. It plays a key role in blood health, right? So write this down, because I'm almost certain that I didn't put it into the slides later on. So write this part down. Your mitochondria. Damn, I need to write this down myself. I'm telling you, I don't forgot more about the human body than most people will learn, right? But the pineal gland, and trust me, I'm literally, oh, y'all can't even see it. Light, so many lights. Damn. The light is so bright, you just look like a white paper. But the pineal gland and the body's mitochondria have a very, very important function in terms of blood circulation. So during the waking hours, that looked terrible. Pause. During the waking hours, during the waking hours, there's a lot more tension. In my mind, I'm like, literally, I could see the stuff as I say some things. So, but I'm in my mind, I'm picturing a vein or artery, right? And in the daytime, there's more tension, right? You have slightly more constriction on the circulatory vessels. When the mitochondria are tired, for lack of a better term, right? And you know that because they slow down with recycling phosphorus. So instead of having the fast reproduction of ATP, right? Because they don't really produce, they just recycle, right? So when that recycling slows down, you get more adenosine floating around, monophosphate, you know, but adenosine, right? Adenosine triphosphate. So it's really adenosine, phosphorus, and like some sugar or some oxygen, whatever. But the main thing is the adenosine and the phosphorus, right? Those are your more active components to the ATP. And then like magnesium somewhere in the background. Anyway, but as the mitochondria slow down, that then dilates the vessels and opens up circulation for, you know, for you to sleep. So that's important because that in and of itself forms a binary code, a binary system of information, ones and zeros, right? And that binary code, as you guys should know by now, is very important to how you have communication throughout the body, right? And so that basic binary code becomes how cells then communicate with one another, and you know, it becomes your cytokines and your interleukins and all of those, the chemokines and all of those things, right? But the basis of those things are these different little binary codes that your body operates on, right? Ones and zeros. And this is why the I-King, the E-Gene, or the E5 system is so powerful, that it later on became what we run our computers and stuff on, because that's kind of how biology works. And, you know, since biology is basically a Russian doll system, everything kind of corresponds in one way, shape, form, or fashion to this overall binary code system. So you have a variety of them that make up your body and how your body communicates, right? You have so many different cells, and then inside those cells, you have a zillion, you know, enzymes, and, you know, on average, you have 10,000 biochemical reactions happening every second in these cells, right? The thing that is even more difficult to fathom is how 10,000 biochemical reactions per second can be synchronized all throughout the body, because that's another thing. It's not just that these chemical reactions are taking place, but they're all taking place in a synchronized fashion. That's how your body it works. You know what I'm saying? What's going on in the foot, you know, like has to go on with the hand and the brain, and everything has to happen literally at thought speed, right? Not light speed, thought speed, right? So anyway, that is an important piece, the relationship of the pineal gland and the mitochondria to blood circulation, right? So our pineal gland has a lot of good stuff that it does outside of, you know, these stories that misinterpret, right? So anyway, we make mention of the fact that the pyramid is built out of the same material as the pineal gland, right? Very, very, very interesting. We even go as far as to talk about those ingredients, those material that were used to build the pyramid are also the same stuff that your pineal gland is made out of, but also they are in the degree work. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They are in the degree work. So if you're studying your degree work, it's in there, right? It's in there. right? And it's not in the 18th degree or the 29th degree or the 85th. It's not there. It's in your regular Blue Lodge degree work, right? So remember that is masonry, you know. Scottish Rite and Knights Templar and Memphis and Mizraim, that's not exactly Freemasonry. Those are like connected fraternal orders. There's a word, appendant bodies or something like that. I don't want to say the wrong exact. That's not exactly how you're supposed to pronounce it, but those are not exactly masonry, right? You can be a master mason, or you are a master mason after 3 degrees, right? After 3 degrees. So most of what you need to know is right there. You just need to study harder. You need to actually study the information more than committing it to memory, right? So if you read something, you can glean a few jewels from it. But then if you read it over and over and over again, you can memorize it. But most times committing something to memory does not commit it to your heart. It doesn't commit it to your heart. You might have it stuck in your brain where you can repeat it back, but it's not in your DNA. It's not in your blood. It's not in your heart. You don't understand what you've memorized, right? That you can't go fast and just keep reading it over and over, or record it onto audio and play it back to yourself until you, that's not how you got to go point for point. Get it? This is geometry. Remember, masonry is geometry. So you got to go point for point, line for line in order to get the understanding. Yeah. Knowledge is not going to turn into understanding and wisdom without going point for point, line for line. And that takes time. That takes time. So people that's flying through the degrees, that's good. You memorized a whole bunch of stuff and you got a whole bunch of buddies, because that's what really helps you get high in masonry is buddies. So a lot of brown nose and a lot of ass kissing. Oh, you got a lot of, you know what I'm saying? But no, if you point for point, line for line, you can be studying masonry for your whole life. You know what I'm saying? Now, the 3 degrees get you, as a master, but you're not a complete mason. A complete mason until you have this, right? So if you look up the manual, it'll tell you that masonry consists of the 1st degree, the 2nd degree, the 3rd degree, and the Holy Royal Arch, right? And the Holy Royal Arch is all of the preceding degrees or in between degrees between the Royal Arch and the Master's degree, right? So that is what a complete Mason is. So a Master Mason is not a complete Mason, right? And there's a reason. There's a reason for that, right? And it's often overlooked. And I think for me, it is the most important question. It is the most important line, which points to the most important point of masonry, right? Where were you first prepared to be a Mason? That is the most profound statement in all, and I got them all. I got every text. I ain't got every text, but I got a good bit. I got a good bit of Masonic literature, and that is the most profound. That's the most profound statement that I found in all of my readings and studies. Period. And before I became a Mason, I was listening to masonry till I wanted to vomit. My dad is a Mason. His dad is a real-time Mason. I got brothers, uncles, you forget about it. Right. So I was like, ugh. But that is the most important line. Where were you first prepared to be a Mason? Right. So yeah. Yeah. So anyway, you know, I can get crazy, right? And start talking and go nuts. All right. So where we at? All right. So we're going down the river, right? And we get to the goat, right? This is the original goat before they changed it in the 1800s to some, you know, some weird other thing. But this is the original goat, which symbolized, in fact, almost everything in ancient Kemet that they related to the spirit was actually anatomy based. So here is your goat, which is the ventricle system of the brains, right? These guys at the top are your lateral ventricles, right? These are your lateral ventricles, right? It's just your ventricle system. That's all. It's just your ventricle system, right? And the third ventricle right here, which would be the face of the goat, which is where the central vortex or the hissing sound is at. Your midbrain, right? The ventricle that goes through the midbrain. Right? Mind you, this is full with cerebral spinal fluid, which is a very, 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 very unique type of liquid. Like this is that liquid that you are probably like, this is that magical liquid from the, like you're hearing fairy tales or whatever. Like this is crazy. It's loaded with unique types of iron and phosphorus that makes it just insane. Right. But all of your brain functions because of this fluid. It's not the other way around. The brain matter is not even that important. That's why the Egyptians got rid of it. It's not that important in the grand scheme of things. You've been misled to believe that the brain is more important than the heart. Right. So we're going to talk about that. The reason. So a part of the NILE theory. Let me just show y'all this real quick. A part of the NILE theory, right? Notice that the head is empty, right? Again, the brain is not that important. But a part of the NILE theory is, you guys got to remember, the NILE does what? The NILE flows from the south to the north. Yeah, from the south to the north. So when you're looking at the heart and brain connection, the brain is subordinate to the heart. The heart controls the brain, right? So we're going to get into all of that, you know what I'm saying, with specifics, you know what I'm saying? Because you guys have been taught that the heart is a dumb muscle, like a dumb jock, right? Or a very important organ, right? But the heart is actually a gland, right? A gland means it secretes hormones, you know, neurotransmitters and things like that. So we're going to get to all of those lesser known and some unknown facets. But remember, the NILE is south to north. South to north. Very important. Right? And this fella right here, if you notice in the depiction, there's no arc on the heart. But this arc right here is very important. This is the holy royal arc. Right? And I will give you guys a flash of this real quick so you can see something. We'll get into it later on in the conversation, but I just want you guys to take a look at how the Egyptians depicted this for you. In case y'all thought we was fucking around this morning. Just in case y'all thought we was fucking around, I just want y'all to see. Yeah. So let's shut it down right now, right? Yeah. That should shut it down right there, right? None of your comedic scholars know what the hell they talking about. How many of them told you that the wasp scepter is right here? How many of them told you that the wasp scepter is the central part of your anatomy? How many of them told you that? Yeah. They don't know. Yeah. They have no idea. That's why it's the royal arch, because all of the ancient royalty yeah. Oh yeah. We on that type time. So, and they not telling you that because they don't know. See, now after I teach the world, then they will know. And now they're going to start to become geniuses and be like, oh, well, you know, the anatomy, because, you know, the wasp scepter is, you know, that's connected to the heart because, you know, reference Dr. ENQI. Because this is my research. God's mouth to my ear. Now to the internet for all the copycats and, you know, all the people that don't study, they're going to pretend like they do because they you know, they watching my shit. That's why they're not hitting the like button. Yeah. So, all right. So we should have some of this, right? Anyway, go to the book, download it, and you got all that. Right? Go to the book, download it. Like I said, if you don't learn anything today, don't send me any money. If you don't learn anything today, don't send me any money. All right? Now let's start. Yeah, we're making good time. All right. Chat GPT AI versus Dr. ENQI. Yeah. Now, this is a two-way test. This is a two-way test. I'm going to show you two things. You're going to learn two things from this conversation. You're going to learn, A, that AI is not as smart as you think. Right? That's the first thing you're going to learn. The second thing you're going to learn is, unfortunately, how easy you are to get hustled. Yeah. See, a part of this is me protecting you, right? Me protecting you. So I want to show you how easy it is to hustle folks that don't really know anything much about the body. And this is one of the reasons why when people hear me speak a lot of places, they got to remind me to mention to sell some products. ENQI, yo, you forgot to say your products. Yo, you forgot to say your website. You forgot this. You forgot. Yo, don't forget to plug in your business. The reason I don't do that as much is because early on, how do I say this? Okay. Most of these guys, right? They're into online consciousness or whatever. You can hear them speak. You know what I'm saying? It's a hustle. They're just online to make some money, right? And the people that are watching are very vulnerable. So because I answer to a higher power, I don't, I can't take advantage of that vulnerability. So that's the reason why I don't, here and there, I definitely put my products in, you know what I'm saying? But I try not to beat people so much in the head with that, because that's not what this is about. Once people get the information, they'll realize there's nowhere else to get your products from, because these people don't know what they're talking about. It's just that simple. You know what I'm saying? You're going to wind up buying burnt, saturated fat batana oil from somebody because they sound peace queen, shit like that. So let's go into this AI conversation, right? So how this is going to work is I'm going to show, right here, you'll see the question that I asked the AI, and then you'll see the answer that AI gives back, right? And then we'll talk through what it is, the answer or whatever. All right. So I asked the AI, what directs the flow of red blood cells in the human body? Here's the AI response. Red blood cells are directed through the body by the cardiovascular system, which is made up of the heart, arteries, veins, and capillaries. The heart pumps blood through the arteries, which then branch into smaller blood vessels called arterioles. From the arterioles, the blood flows through the capillaries, the smallest blood vessels, where it exchanges nutrients and oxygen with the cells of the body. After leaving the capillaries, the blood flows through the veins, which transport it back to the heart to be reoxygenated and circulated again. All right. Now, for the people in the chat, please tell me, was that answer correct or not? Is that answer correct or not? Let's go, chat. You're like, come on, Ink. We know that's a trick question. That was 15 seconds. That was 15 seconds. Don't be scared. But no, this answer sounds good, but this is not correct. In fact, the AI didn't answer the question at all. It sidestepped the question. Right? It sidestepped the question. So we're going to rate the AI as if we're giving the AI a test. This is the first question. This is the final exam. You guys are all me. We all together. We're all Professor ENQI. All right. And this would be wrong. Okay. What directs the flow of the red blood cells in the human body? All right. This would be incorrect. Right? This would be incorrect. So we come again. Do the red blood cells travel at random through the human body? Right? Because this basically just gives us the track. This just gives us the track. I want you to think of red blood cells as race cars. Right? So this just gives us a track. Do red blood cells travel at random through the human body? No. Red blood cells move through the body in a well-defined and organized manner. They travel through the arterial system and move through capillaries to deliver oxygen and nutrients to the body's tissues. They then travel through the venous system back to the heart, lungs, and other organs to pick up more oxygen and nutrients before making the journey again. Okay, so right here, we're going to give this one to the AI. right? But I still don't have an answer to my original question, which is the reason I reformatted the question. So I asked the AI what directs the flow of red blood cells. Now, just in case you guys don't know at home, there's not one pathway. Like when the blood leaves the heart, it's not just one pathway. So when you get this type of answer, that's what that communicates. That's why it's wrong. Okay? Because it gives you the idea that blood has no choice. Blood has no choice but to, leave the aorta and then go through the, this pattern. Like that's not it. It's not just a circular track. It's not just a circular track. You know what I'm saying? The blood system is almost like the aorta is like the I-95, right? And so I-95 will connect you. If you go from I-95 in New York to Florida, you would pass a zillion different connections for different highways, bridges, tunnels, exits to rest stops, exits to different cities, right? So what is telling the red blood cells go to exit, go take I-95 south to exit 305B and then switch to route 285, whatever? Like, what's doing that is what we're asking, right? Because the red blood cells travel and they pass by certain exits and don't get off. Then they go to certain other exits and they'll get off there. And then they'll take another route and then they'll go through the city. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So that's not an answer to the question, right? So I had to reformat it, or at least I tried to. And AI got the second one correct, but we still don't have an answer to our original question. So we come back. What is the path of red blood cells, right? Because we're trying to get an answer on where the red blood cells go, right? For instance, do the red blood cells go to the brain and then go to the liver, then go to my big toes, then goes to my, like, what, how, where, yeah, we want to know what's the path, what's the order, like what's going on in there. So anyway, we asked AI again, what is the path of red blood cells? Red blood cells typically follow a circuitous path through the cardiovascular system. Once made, they enter the bloodstream from the bone marrow and travel around the body through the arteries and veins, delivering oxygen to and removing waste from the cells and tissues. After several months, they are removed from the bloodstream by the spleen and returned to the liver and bone marrow, where they are broken down into their component parts and reused to make new blood cells. Okay. Nope. We still don't have an answer. We still don't have an answer, right? This is still very misleading. And this is what happens when we ask these YouTube healers questions and they don't really understand the material. They're just regurgitating their Google searches. And their Google searches are even less articulate than the AI. We'll keep going. Do red blood cells travel to the kidney or pineal gland first? So now I'm trying to, pinpoint a little bit, right? Because when the blood hits the aorta, it's got to go down to hit the kidneys, up to hit the pineal gland, right? It's got to go up to the pineal gland, down to the kidneys. So now I'm like, okay, let me see if I can pin down AI, you know, like a debate. You know what I'm saying? You be trying to pin somebody down with a question. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pin down this AI. AI I think is slick. Kidneys or pineal gland first? Here's the answer. The red blood cells do not travel to either the kidneys or the pineal gland first. Instead, red blood cells are continuously circulated in the arterial and venous system throughout the entire body. Bruh. At that point, I was disgusted with the AI. At that point, I had to call Chase into the room and go, hey, do you see this? He's like, yeah, Dad, you know, you gotta. I was like, no, bro, this is very, no. These are loosely half, potentially, these things are the least amount of accurate that you can get while not being correct, if that's a thing, if you can understand what I'm communicating, right? Because if you're discussing another subject, right? If you're discussing maybe geology or history, or you're debating religion, you don't have to be, you know, all wise, right, and exact 100% to communicate effectively. But if you're talking about your biology and you give a vague answer, it's going to create, you know, like, this is why the pharmaceutical industry makes $1 billion a day off this. And that's not that's a real number, $1 billion a day, because people don't know any better. And you got people breaking down the quote unquote way into the heart ceremony for, you know, who knows how long, 50 years now. But heart disease still the #1 cause of death. Like, obviously, y'all don't know what the hell y'all talking about. If you understood the way into the heart ceremony, we wouldn't have so much heart disease. I think that's just a fact. So why am I saying that? The kidneys and the pineal gland get the most blood flow in the body. Yeah, you can look it up. Look up how much blood flow the pineal gland get. It's going to tell you that the pineal gland is like gets the most blood flow in the body, second only to the kidneys. Yeah. So again, we'll go back. Do red blood cells have a specific route after leaving the aorta? Right? So I'm trying to ask the AI the same question over and over to get a better answer. Here we go. Yes. Red blood cells typically travel along specific paths within the body. After leaving the aorta, they travel through the arterial system and capillaries to deliver oxygen and nutrients to the body's tissues, then return through the venous system to the heart. So basically, what you're seeing here is that the AI doesn't have any answers for me. So it's going to keep, as I reformat the question, it's going to just reformat its answer. And these answers are going to have some correctness to them up to 0, you know, just flat out wrong. But none of them are going to give you 100% correct answer. Which organ is the first? Now watch this. Oh my God. When I show Chase this, even my little ones, not even Chase, even my little ones knows that this is wrong, right? Which organ is the first to receive oxygen from fresh red blood cells? Which organ is the first to receive oxygen from fresh red blood cells? The first organ to receive oxygen from freshly oxygenated red blood cells is the lungs. Hey, now come on now. I know that y'all at home know that blood enters the lungs deoxygenated, and then it gets oxygenated in the lungs and leaves the lungs. right? You do know that oxygenated red blood cells leave the lungs to spread the oxygen to other places. Right? We do know that. I know some of this y'all might be seeing this for the first time, so y'all might not be able to tell if AI is correct or not. Some of y'all at home confused, and this is how people hustle you with products. This is how they hustle you with the products, because you ask them a question, right? You'll ask them, what is the path of red blood cells? Red blood cells typically follow a circuitous path through the cardiovascular system. Once made, they enter the bloodstream from the bone marrow and travel through the body, through the arteries. And they say all these words that sound scientific, and, you know, they sound articulate using words that sound scientific. And because you don't know the right answer, they get ready to hit you in the head and show you a product right after they tell you that dumb shit. So right after they give you 10 sentences of gobbledygook that sound scientific, they're getting ready to say, and if you buy this herb right here, if you buy this product right here, we got this burnt saturated fat. Don't worry about that burnt smell. That's cool. It's supposed to be like that. oh my goodness. Okay, so the first organ to receive oxygen from the lungs, from freshly oxygenated red blood cells in the lungs. Bro, I had such a good time beating up AI. So anyway, so there we go. Do you know how or why red blood cells move? Red blood cells move because of osmosis, the movement of water from an area of high water concentration inside the cell to an area of low water concentration outside the cell. Right? We can stop right there. If you take a sponge into your bathtub and you fill up the sponge and undo the sponge, right? That doesn't cause forward trajectory. Now, that may cause the sponge to sink or float, but that's not going to cause forward trajectory through 60,000 miles of circulatory system. Are you listening? Your circulatory system is 60,000 miles. So filling it up or emptying it out doesn't cause it to go forward. It only causes it to go down or up. Right? Down or up. And the heart is only strong enough to pump the red blood cells, or to pump anything for that matter, maybe a mile to 10 miles, something like that, at best, by best calculations, literally. So don't think that the heart is pumping anything 60,000 miles. That's not how that works. So, yeah. Right? Think about that. Does that even make sense to you guys? Do you think that your heart is capable of pumping anything 60,000 miles? You think of boof, boof, that boof, boof. You think that boof, boof that you could barely hear. You could barely hear it. You think that's strong enough to push something 60,000 miles? No. Right? So, no, this is also incorrect right here. I just want y'all to know that. We're going line by line, point by point, though. Right? So anyway, the cell membrane is flexible and act as a semi-permeable membrane, allowing small molecules like water to pass through, but keeping larger molecules out. As the cell loses water to the surrounding environment, it shrinks and becomes more rigid. This causes the cell to become more spheroidal and anisotropic, resulting in an increase in the cell's buoyancy. See, we're talking about floating. And an increase in its velocity, which is the basis of its movement. Now, this right here, the increase in the velocity is where they just threw you off, right? Because there's no force being produced, and you need a force, right? You need a force, right? So this is incorrect, even though this sounds very scientific. And trust me, if you ask a brother this question and they answer you back The red blood cells move because of osmosis, the movement of water from an area of high concentration inside the cell to an area of low concentration outside the cell. The cell membrane is flexible and acts as a semi-permeable membrane, allowing the small molecules like water to pass through, but keeping large molecules out. So what happens is when you take this product right here, this is going to be able to increase the osmosis and the velocity of the cell membrane because it's going to become more anisotropic. And you're like, oh shit, brother deep. Yo, this nigga going in. Yo, hold on, share this shit. Yo, brother went in. Yo, and I be cracking up, and then I got to come online and be like, nah, that was gobbledygook. And then niggas like, ENQI, you hating on the brothers. The brothers is building, they dropping science. I'm like, no, they're not. They're saying things, but that doesn't mean they're dropping science because they're talking. They're just talking. Yeah, I know. A lot of y'all don't like this because a lot of this is what y'all are getting from them other guys y'all are watching. It's cool. How is oxygen released into tissues by red blood cells? Red blood cells transport oxygen to the tissues by binding and carrying oxygen molecules on the surface of the cell. Oxygen is released from red blood cells by diffusion, a process whereby oxygen molecules pass from an area of high concentration to an area of low concentration. The diffusion of oxygen from red blood cells into tissue takes place across their cell membranes and is mediated by specialized proteins called hemoglobin. What did we score that? We gave them half credit for this one. We gave them half credit for this one, right? We gave them half credit for this one, right? Half credit. And you'll see why as we go through that we gave them half credit. The diffusion part is right and exact, right? But there's more to it. Anyway, does oxygen determine the path of a red blood cell? Because we still don't have a good answer. So I'm asking the AI. I'm still trying to pick the AI's brain to figure out if the AI knows how or why blood moves in your body. Right? Think about it. If the AI doesn't know how or why blood moves through your body, how can it tell you anything else about your health? Yeah. If the guys y'all are watching on the internet don't know how the blood or the heart works, how can they tell you about your health? This is literally the base of your health. Like it's this, you don't know this part, there's no other part. There is no other part. Right? So we're here. We're still at it. Does oxygen determine the path of a red blood cell? No, oxygen does not determine the path of a red blood cell. The path of a red blood cell is determined by the shape, size, and charge of the cell, as well as the blood vessels it passes through. And of course, we went ahead and gave this an X. Right? We gave this an X because oxygen does play a role. Oxygen does play a role in determining the path of your red blood cells. Right? And how it does that is because you have different pigments. Right? So you have hemoglobin carrying the oxygen, but then throughout different muscle tissues in the body, you have myoglobin. And myoglobin has a stronger pull for oxygen than red blood cells, right? So a lot of times that is what will determine if a red blood cell makes the exit or not. We're talking about that highway, right? If there's a suction, literally, if there's a suction coming down one of those exits, that communicates that oxygen is needed. And so you'll get a bunch of red blood cells that go down that exit, right? And when the red blood cells go down that exit, it's going to start diffusing the oxygen and grabbing up the CO2. And so at some point that need is met. And so no red blood, the rest of the red blood cells will just be going past that exit because there's no need to go down that exit. So oxygen does play a role in circulation, right? Or the path that red blood cells take. Is the charge of a red blood cell determined by oxygen? No. The charge of a red blood cell is determined by its surface proteins. The oxygen content of the red blood cell affects the activity of these proteins, but is not the determining factor in the charge of a red blood cell. No, we hit them with a big fat X, right? And the reason being is because the oxygen plays an upstream role. So while this answer is correct, talking about the surface proteins, well, to some extent, right? But if you don't have the oxygen and iron first, you don't have any of the other stuff happening, which is why iron is so important. Iron first, then oxygen. If the iron and oxygen is not intact, you're not going to have the rest of the red blood cell be able to function properly. So you're not going to get the sodium, potassium, the glycophorins, and all that other stuff we'll get to. Like, none of that's going to work out. So, yeah, this answer is wrong. Right? Does hemoglobin determine the charge of red blood cells? No, hemoglobin does not determine the charge of red blood cells. The charge of red blood cells is determined by the balance of ions within the cell. Okay, so now we're starting to get to some. Now we're starting to get to some work right here. The AI is doing some. This is good information right here. So AI is not wrong on everyone, right? But you know, most of them, right? Does iron determine the red blood cell charge? No, iron does not determine a red blood cell's charge. Red blood cells are naturally negatively charged due to the proteins and lipids on their surface. Iron helps to carry oxygen to the cells, but does not influence the charge. Does copper determine a red blood cell's charge? No, copper does not determine the charge of a red blood cell. While copper is found in red blood cells, it does not play a role in the electrical charge of the cell. The charge of a red blood cell is determined by the type and amount of molecules it contains, right? Keep in mind that we have molecules here. We have, now look at the answers that we got, just so you can see that we're not just making up stuff, right? Red blood cells due to the proteins and lipids, right? So here, AI says the charge is based on what? Proteins and lipids, correct? Here, it says the charge is determined by the ions. Here, it says that the charge is determined by surface proteins. Now, I just want y'all to see, because I know some of y'all, this might be new information, but I want y'all to see how confusing this is. The AI is giving you a different answer every time. Right? So I asked about what is the, what the charge of the red blood cell. Here it says the surface proteins determine the charge. Right? Here it says the charge is determined by the balance of ions. Here it says the charge is naturally negatively charged due to the proteins and lipids. Right? So we got 3 different answers so far from AI. Here it says that the charge is due to the molecules it contains, right? Here it says it's back to ions again, right? So now, if you don't know any better, just imagine if you stopped at the first answer. Hey, how's a red blood cell charge? Oh, the surface proteins. Oh, no. The lipids and the fats on the cell. Oh, no. The molecule. Oh, no. The iron. The ions. Like, wait, which one is it? After telling you that oxygen, iron, and copper have nothing to do. Yeah. I need y'all to see this. This is how people get confused. And so this is what y'all want teaching y'all children, right? Y'all want AI to teach y'all children. Or maybe y'all want AI to do y'all surgeries. Yeah. Y'all want AI to pick y'all herbal supplements. No, I'm gonna just get mine based on the computer. I'm not gonna hit up Dr. ENQI. No, I'm not gonna hit up Dr. ENQI. I'm gonna Google search it or AI search it because AI is smarter than Google. I'm gonna just AI it and then buy it off Amazon. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Right? So here we get to a good answer, right? Where it starts to talk about sodium, potassium, calcium, and chloride, right? So this is a good answer. This is a good answer, right? But we had to go through 4 or 5 different ones, right? So based on this answer I get is how I formulate my next question, right? So when it tells us the ions and the molecules, okay, cool. My question is, how are the ions held inside the red blood cell? Ions are held in a red blood cell by a combination of protein channels, pumps, transporters embedded in its membrane. Beautiful. The proteins are responsible for controlling the balance of ions in the cell. Cool. But guess what? Let me show you how this is also, this is close to being right and exact. But again, it doesn't fully give you the picture, right? It tells you ions are held inside a red blood cell by a combination of protein channels, pumps, and transporters that are embedded in its membrane. The proteins responsible, blah, blah, blah. The membrane part is the most important part, but they didn't tell you the part of the membrane that's actually doing the magic. It said channels, pumps, and transporters. No, the magic of the membrane is because the membrane is hydrophilic. That's the magic of the membrane. And you'll see what I mean by that as we move on. The membrane is hydrophilic. And this is why I tell y'all, don't come asking me no questions about Gerald Pollack. Gerald Pollack is racist. Yeah. Gerald Pollack is racist. Gerald Pollack is racist. He's a part of the racist scientific institution. Oh my God. ENQI, you're such a hater. Oh my God. That Bronx air just makes ENQI hate everything. No. Here are the facts. And you can do with them what you want to do with the facts, right? The facts are, there's only one of 2 reasons why these guys are not teaching you about the importance of pigment in your body. A, because they don't know the information, right? Fair enough. They don't know, they're ignorant. God takes care of babies and fools, right? So they could be ignorant. The other one is because they're specifically leaving out pigments on purpose. So now, if we're talking about the goofballs, okay, maybe we could go with choice number 1. They don't know any better. But when we're talking about guys like Jack Cruz or Gerald Pollack or I don't know the rest of these guys, Dan Winters, who else? All these guys that y'all think y'all are getting smart by listening to their videos and then remixing it onto your channel for black folks, like, stop. They know too much to not know the importance of pigments. Period. Jack Cruz even talks about melanopsin as if melanopsin doesn't function subordinate to melanin. In fact, most places it's found like that with melanin. Mitochondria doesn't function without melanin. So all them mitochondrial hacks and mitochondria tricks and all that, that's all goofball material. All of that's goofball material. And the people that have been rocking with me know, because I shows the pictures of mitochondria. Yeah. I showed a picture of mitochondria. Right next to every mitochondria, you have a melanosome. That's the enzyme that creates the granules of melanin. And it creates them right next to the mitochondria and deposits them on the outsides of the mitochondria. Why? Because your electron transport chain produces mad free radicals.
reactive oxygen species, reactive carbonyl species, that's free radicals from carbon, and reactive nitrogen species, right? All of that comes from the process of the electron transport chain. If there was not melanin around that mitochondria to soak up those free radicals as they popping out of the mitochondria, it'll destroy the cell. You wouldn't even know life could even exist. We would not be able to use mitochondria if it didn't have melanin around it to catch all them damn free radicals. Yeah. So when they telling you about mitochondria hacks and oh yeah, and you know the size of the electron, you know the cytochromes have to be shrink down so they can be more efficient and blah 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 blah. If they not talking about that brown germ and that black germ, yeah, they're directly misleading you, and you goofy niggas love it. We'll continue. Do different chemical particles, including sodium, potassium, and chloride, as well as bicarbonate, determine the charge of a red blood cell? Yes. And I did give this one a check, right? Yes. Different chemical particles, including sodium and potassium, chloride, and bicarbonate, can determine the charge of a red blood cell. The charge of a red blood cell is regulated by a balance between ions inside and outside. Yeah. Everything needs something to hold it down. Come on, man. Yeah, you know that Bronx air different. The charge of the red blood cell is regulated by a balance between ions inside and outside the cell membrane. You see the cell membrane keep popping up, but they don't elaborate. We will, though. Sodium, potassium, chloride ions, and bicarbonate all play a role in regulating the charge of a red blood cell. Sodium and chloride combine to form a negatively charged molecule that helps to maintain the negative. Like literally, all these answers, wait a minute. All these damn answers about the red blood cell, you don't hear AI mention hemoglobin not once, or heme, which is the pigment that the red blood cell is literally made out of. So none of this even works without the actual correct geometry of the heme, right? Which means that the amino acids, yes, because this is a protein, right? The amino acids have to properly fold to form your heme groups, right? If your heme groups, hold on, let me break it down for you to make it simple. If your heme group, right? If your blood cell itself, the pigment, forget the iron, the oxygen, the molecules, all this other shit. If the actual skeleton does not have the right geometry, hello, guess what you got? You got malaria, right? I mean, you got, what the hell is the name of that damn thing? Sickle cell. Duh, right? That's something everybody knows. Literally, sickle cell is because the blood cell has the wrong shape. So if the wrong shape, if the wrong geometry is not, if the right geometry is not present, there is no holding iron, oxygen, this, that, and none of that could do it. So everything is subordinate to something else that has to be there as a prerequisite before it could even, you know. So if the right geometry is not there, there's no oxygen iron popping, right? There's no oxygen iron popping. There's no proper functioning of all the other fats and proteins and transporters. And so the health of a red blood cell starts with healthy pigment. Yeah. Even mitochondria, because the cytochromes, you know, cytochrome 1, 2, 3, 4, they are pigment. It's the same pigment. Heme is what's in the mitochondria. Heme is what's the red blood cell. That's pigment. And heme, just like chlorophyll, just like melanin, just like melanopsin, rhodopsin, panopsin, just like every other pigment, absorbs sunlight and has a light-driven function. That light-driven function supersedes everything else. Yeah.
Case in point, if your cells, right, if the heme, the pigment that all this is dependent on, does not get light every day, right? If it doesn't get sunlight, then guess what? It can't convert arginine into nitric oxide. You don't get nitric oxide, you're not getting circulation. Forget all whatever AI just said. If you don't have nitric oxide popping because you have poor turnover of your arginine, because you're not getting light into the pigment of the blood, the actual main thing, like LeBron said, keep the main thing, all the rest of that shit is going out the window. Yeah. But anyway, you got to realize this is $1 billion business. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Not $1 billion business. That's incorrect. It is correct, but it's incorrect. Because when you say $1 billion business, it allows you to believe like, oh, yeah, well, they're making billions of dollars. Yeah, but that's not correct. You need to know that this business alone generates $1 billion a day before the pandemic. Yeah. $1 billion a day, and somebody's getting that. Yeah. $1 billion a day. What? Think about your neighborhood. I grew up in the crack era. I was born in 77. I grew up in the crack era. I watched what good men, good women were willing to do for a corner that they did not own, but they could produce $1,000 a day there. What? $500 a day block, a $500 a day corner, $1,000 a day corner. People will kill. People will go to war with their family. Sons will go to war with their fathers. Yeah. I seen sons sell crack to their mother. Yeah. I seen fathers sell crack to their sons for $1,000 a day corner. 1,000. That's not 10,000. That's not 100,000. That's not 1,000,000. That's not 10 million. That's not 100 million. That's $1 billion a day. Do you know what people are willing to do? What? Do you know what people are willing to do to maintain $1 billion a day business? So keeping you dumb is light. Keeping you dumb is light. Right? Keeping you dumb is light. So I need you guys to get this. What effect does melanopsin have on red blood cells? Melanopsin does not have any direct effect on red blood cells. Bro. Now, hold on. After I asked it this question, I asked it another question, and then it gave me this thing right here. Yo, this right here was literally the AI tapping out, because when you go on the AI, it has a record. It has a record of the questions. So I went back and saw that there was nobody else asking questions at the time that I was asking questions. So literally, it was that my questions were too complicated, and the AI had to tap out. So I had to give it a few minutes and come back to give it like a rematch. Best 2 out of 3. That's what my kids said. Dad, nobody don't know all that old science stuff you be talking about. You need to give it a try it again. I was like, all right. Let's try it again. Let's give AI a second chance. Maybe I said, hey, if I give AI a second round, after the second round, y'all are going to have to conclude that Dad is officially the smartest nigga on earth. Seriously. If I beat the brakes off of AI again, we go best 2 out of 3. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we do when we playing basketball, me and Chase. You know what I'm saying? If I win the first game, best 2 out of 3, Dad. Come on, you got to run it back. Okay, we run it back with AI. Shit, fuck it, we run it back. All right, we run it back. That's how it go when you're gambling. You can't get up from the table and just bounce with the money. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta run it back. I gotta give him a chance to get his money back. Okay. So AI, why don't human red blood cells have a nucleus? Human red blood cells lack a nucleus because of their purpose in delivering oxygen to the body. Without a nucleus, they are able to be smaller and more flexible so they could squeeze through the smallest of capillaries and deliver oxygen more efficiently. So why is that wrong? Because the nucleus of a cell is so small that it's not gonna hinder the cell from squeezing through the capillary. Now, the capillary is a little smaller than the red blood cell, so the cell does have to, like, you know, snuzzle through there in a way, right? We'll get to that exactly. It's more magnetic repulsion, and it kind of opens up, and there's a process to it, but the nucleus is big enough to, so yeah. But in the back in the 20s and the early 1900s, that's what they thought. So a lot of the textbooks have that still there, right? But I'll go back and ask it again, right? This time I switch it up a little bit. Why don't human red blood cells have mitochondria? Now check this out. Oh my God. If you thought that the gobbledygook came earlier, human red blood cells do not have mitochondria because they do not need to produce energy. Pay attention, people. Human red blood cells do not have mitochondria because they do not need to produce energy. Red blood cell, like literally, how does science define the ability to do work? Anyway, red blood cells are non-nucleated cells and solely used to transport oxygen and other molecules throughout the body. Mitochondria are organelles responsible for energy production by cellular respiration, but this is not necessary for red blood cells because they do not require energy to perform their functions. Why don't human red blood cells need energy to perform their task? Human red blood cells do not need energy to perform their task because they lack a nucleus containing genetic material and energy-producing organelles such as mitochondria. I'm sorry, wait, what did you just say, AI? I said, why don't human red blood cells need energy to perform their task? You said because they don't have a nucleus and mitochondria. That would be kind of restating what I already said. See, that's not an answer. Let's go to the second part. Red blood cells are essentially specialized bags of hemoglobin, a protein which carries oxygen around the body. As such, they do not need energy to carry out their primary role of transporting oxygen. Wow. So I had to ask, are human red blood cells dead? Right? No, human red blood cells are not dead. Red blood cells are living cells that contain DNA and other components necessary for life. Wait, what? Let me just bring this back for y'all. It just said they don't have a nucleus. They don't have, right? That's what DNA is. It just said there's no nucleus. There's no mitochondria. They don't need energy. There's no nucleus. They're non-nucleated, blah, blah, blah. Nope, no nucleus, no mitochondria. They don't need it. They're just bags of hemoglobin, right? And here, red blood cells are living cells that contain DNA and other components necessary for life. Red blood cells are responsible for carrying oxygen and other gases throughout the body to help fight infection and remove waste from the body.
Here we go. Where, I gotta ask. Once it says that they don't have a nucleus, but they also have DNA, I gotta ask, where do red blood cells store their DNA? Red blood cells store their DNA in the cell nucleus. Bruh. Yeah.
It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, you heard?
Yeah. It just now said that red blood cells store the DNA in the nucleus. What nucleus? It just gave us 3 answers in a row telling us that red blood cells don't have a nucleus. Bruh. Do human red blood cells have a nucleus? So now I got to ask it straight up. No, human red blood cells do not have a nucleus. They are erythrocytes and have been adapted over time to have no nucleus to make them smaller and more flexible, allowing them to easily pass through oxygen-depleted areas of the body. How do red blood cells produce energy? I'm back again. Red blood cells generate energy from glycolysis. Now this is how the hustlers be talking to y'all too. And y'all be believing these niggas because y'all don't know no better. How do red blood cells produce energy? Red blood cells generate energy from glycolysis. During glycolysis, glucose molecules are broken down, releasing energy that can be used to power cellular processes. The end product of glycolysis is pyruvate, which is then broke down in a process known as the Krebs cycle to create adenosine triphosphate, the cell's primary energy source. Do human red blood cells make ATP? Look, no. Human red blood cells do not make ATP. Red blood cells are anucleate, meaning they do not contain a nucleus and therefore do not have the necessary organelles to produce ATP. What did it just say right here? It just said red blood cells generate energy from glycolysis, the end product, pyruvate, blah, 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 ATP. Bruh, let's go again. How do human red blood cells produce energy? Human red blood cells produce energy through a process known as glycolysis. In glycolysis, glucose is broken down into 2 molecules of pyruvate, releasing some of the glucose as energy. The pyruvate molecules are then broken down further by enzymes in the cell, releasing even more energy that could be used by the cell for metabolic activities. Do human red blood cells produce pyruvate? No, human red blood cells.
It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, you heard?
Yeah. So, yeah. AI cannot attach to the biological grid of awareness or consciousness. Beware. They will make submitting your consciousness in the form of your brain and heart or brain and heart crystals available because they need humans to make true AI. They need you. They need your brain. They need your heart. This is a war for your soul. I need y'all to understand that. Okay? Now, this is the master document for all cardiology on this planet, the Ebers Papyrus. The Ebers Papyrus. We'll go through it later. Right? We're talking about the NILE theory, right? You let your European teachers and scientists say your ancestors were dumb because you dumb niggas didn't put in the 25 years of study to understand, right? And now y'all got the cheat code. I put in the 25 years, so all y'all got to do is support Dr. ENQI. Hit the Cash App. Join Patreon, right? Do those things so I could do this work for you, right? So you don't have to let them violate your ancestors, right? And just in case you don't know, you are violating your ancestors. Every time you refer to Gerald Pollack or Masaru Emoto or any one of these other goofballs as the guy, you know, oh, this, I learned about structured water, right? No. Stop, bro. You studying the plagiarists. You studying the plagiarists. You studying the plagiarists. You're quoting and referencing the plagiarists. That's the same as these goofballs talking about your way to financial freedom is to invest in the stock market and the bond market, which is propping up the very corporations that put you into bondage in the first place. Yeah. Yeah. That's a way to get some quick finance, but that's not financial freedom because it doesn't lead to freedom. How can it lead to freedom if you fund your oppressor? All right. So here are a couple of different things that I thought would be noteworthy for you guys to put in your notes. I know we got all different people watching, right? So if you're in masonry, right, outside of the 1 to 7, you know, the 11th degree speaks on the heart as the soul, literally. If you're into Buddhism, right, Bodhisattva, right, is the awakened heart that you must have to produce the God body or to awaken Godhood in the self, right? For you goofy folks that's into the chakras, right? You should be studying the Upanishads, and the Upanishads tell you the way to enlightenment is not through the chakras. It actually tells you that you have to go through the cave of the heart, right? The cave of the heart is literally that holy royal arch again, right? That cave of the heart. That's that royal arch. Yeah. Same thing. Yeah. Islam, right? The throne of Allah. The throne of Allah, literally. The heart and transformation, right? Same term, right? The Bible elaborates so much on the heart that it's ridiculous. So we just gave some keywords because in the Bible, you find the heart being used for the mind, the soul. It's healing, it's medicine, it's the center of your life. Like it's, yeah. So the Bible is very clear on who and what the heart is. Then we have the master ceremony, which almost all mystery schools come from. The weighing of the heart ceremony or its understanding. Then you have the Tao, right? Which speaks of the spark of the heart. So studying Taoism is about learning how to constantly blow on the spark of the heart by blowing, right? Adding oxygen, blowing on that spark of the heart. That spark can grow into a big flame of illumination, right? That's what the Taoism teaches, right? And then, of course, like we already said, where were you first prepared to become a Mason, right? So we're moving. In the process of mummification, right? You have these guys here. You have these guys here, right? Which is where they put your organs, right? They don't mess with the heart though, right? Because the mummification process is literally about your pigment and your heart. That is the purpose of the mummification process, to preserve your pigment and your heart. Those were the two precious things in Kemet, the pigment and the heart, the pigment and the heart. The two things that they don't teach you about in science today. They leave those out. The pigment and the heart, right? Which was the focal point. And so those things, right? Because they don't teach about them, they have been regarded as secret.
right? The unknown things, or the things that are known to a few, but they don't discuss them, right? Yes, your pigment in your heart. Yeah, this is what we're going to deal with, right? Notice when we go to these two popular ceremonies, these two popular rituals, right? We may have not noticed, but in this one, Asar is doing what? He has his two fists at the heart, right? Anubis in this classic ritual has his hands at the heart, right? If we don't know what we're looking for, we may not see it, right? Here, we see what? The hand at the heart again, right? Why? Remember, Anubis is the guy that weighs the heart. So, of course, any ceremony he's doing to prepare the body, he should be doing what? He should be preparing the heart, the ib, right? Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men, women, and people of most racial ethnic groups in the United States. One person dies every 34 seconds in the United States from cardiovascular disease. Look at that 7 right there. Heart disease facts. These are from the CDC, right? If you have diabetes, you're twice as likely to have heart disease or a stroke than someone who doesn't, right? And we know typically most of diabetes is type 2 diabetes, right? And we know that 90% of them folks is, well, us, right? So yeah, this is talking about how we're dying, which is insane because we're these people. How are we these people? And then we're also these people, right? That's insane. That's insanity, right? That means that the people that are our comedic experts have failed us. In fact, if they're not teaching this, that means they're purposely misleading us into conversations about gobbledygook that don't really matter. And they're not teaching what the comedics were teaching, because this is what the comedics were teaching. That's how you know. Oh, doc, well, how you know they're not teaching what the comedics? Because they're not teaching this, dumbass. Yeah. Yeah. Right? So these are the real numbers. Right? Yeah. Cause of death in patients with type 2 diabetes. Look at that. Look at the numbers. Yeah. A third of the people with type 2 diabetes are going to die from cardiac death, heart disease. Yeah. Look at that. Cardiac death. Pay attention to this. Look. 30.1%. That's not including this, the 10% of heart failure. So now if we put the 10% together with the 30%, 40% of the people with diabetes are going to die from heart disease. Right? Hold on. We still got some more numbers to add. Cardiovascular death. Huh? Hemorrhage. Wait a minute. That's blood leakage. Oh, from the cardiovascular system. Oh, okay. So we got this 1%, this 13%, this 10%, and this 30%. So 2/3 of the people with diabetes are going to die from heart disease. Oh, now let me ask you a question, geniuses. Since we got so many bodybuilders, right? Throw the bodybuilders in there. We got so many personal trainers. We got personal trainers, like literally, that was the shit. When people got pandemic, they had to stay in the house. Everybody turned into a personal trainer. So we got all these personal trainers and bodybuilders and all these health professionals online, all these herb salesmen and all these other niggas How is the heart disease still going up? I know, because the people aren't listening, right? Yeah. It's easy to blame the people. It's easy to blame the people instead of blaming the teachers. Yeah, but it's actually the teachers. Because if the teachers don't know what they're talking about, even if you're a good student, you're learning gobbledygook. Yeah. Think about this. How long have you been following some of these other guys and you still don't know how the heart work? Yeah, because you thought some of that shit the AI was saying was correct. Yeah. These are all facts, people. So let's talk about some popular things that are probably unpopular. Being a vegan can cause you to have heart disease. Yes. Yes, it can. If you don't know how to still balance your proteins, if you don't know how to make sure you're getting your B vitamins, if you don't know how to make sure you're getting the right amount of iodine, yeah. Working out. Oh my goodness. Working out causes heart attacks all the time. Yes. The big buff guys with all the muscle that you think is the experts of how to build the body. No, they don't know what they're doing. Yeah, because they build the skeletal muscle. Listen to what I'm saying. They build the skeletal muscle at the expense of the smooth muscle and the cardiac muscle. Yeah. What did you say, Ink? They build the skeletal muscle at the expense of the smooth muscle, which is your organs, right? Your liver, your spleen, stuff like that. Those are smooth muscle tissue. Those are muscles, right? Matter of fact, all of your organs and glands are muscles. Just easy to remember that way, right? Except for the heart. Except for the lungs, and the lungs uses the diaphragm, which is the muscle of the lungs, pretty much. Right? The lungs are soft tissue in a bag of water or plasma. The lungs are different. They're special. Right? But they got a diaphragm, right? And then the heart is its own muscle, cardiac muscle. So the heart is muscle as well, right? So, yeah, they get heart disease more than anybody else. They get heart attacks. Why? Because they don't understand the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. Yeah. And martial arts is even causing people to have heart attacks, of course, because now martial arts has devolved thanks to mixed martial arts. Yeah, I have to blame that on white folks. I'm sorry, white folks. I have to blame that on you, though. White folks got a hold of martial arts and turned it into just knocking people out. Yeah. Before that, it was about wisdom, health, spirituality. There was a lot of components to learning a martial art. It had like beating someone up. That was the lowest thing that you could do to express your expertise in said martial art. Oh, I can knock someone out. You was looked down upon, like, oh, you had to use your hands. Wait. You didn't use your mind to handle that problem? Like, oh, okay. You don't understand leverage, right? So the beauty of jujitsu is it kind of teaches you leverage. Anyway, so they have stripped all of the higher learning from martial arts, and now it's just about, can you knock someone out or put someone to sleep? You even had these young muscle-bound guys going around challenging masters of like Qigong or Tai Chi and some of these other forms that has almost nothing to do with martial prowess. Let's fight. Like, hold on. We got 4,000 years of wisdom right here that we've studied and we've incorporated into the relationship of the human with nature and the spiritual. Yeah, but I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you. Yeah. We're going to see. I got a black belt. You got a black belt. Let's fight. And then they video it
the last 15 seconds, the knockout, and put it on video. Boop, that's it. Everybody goes, oh, there's no reason to learn those martial arts because look at their teacher. They got knocked out. All of a sudden, thousands of years of wisdom just become no value to people because you can get knocked out. Yeah. So anyway, if you don't know what you're doing, exercising, yeah. Especially like how you're taught, hey, you know, go blow off some steam. No, when you're emotionally, you like angry, whatever, exercising is the worst thing that you can do. If your cardiovascular system is not in A1 condition, exercising, depending on the type of exercise, like going to the gym, I should say, hitting weights is the worst thing that you can do. The weights is going to put a strain on the body. That's going to activate the fight or flight system. The adrenal glands are going to start to release, norepinephrine and all them different chemicals that stimulate the heart to go faster. And in order for the heart to go faster, it switches fuel. So it's going to stop using ketones and fats for energy, which is clean fuel source. Y'all niggas talk that clean fuel shit for cars. Well, ketones and fats are a clean fuel source for the heart. When you activate fight or flight and your heart start going faster, that means your heart has switched into using sugar. And sugar, when your body uses sugar, it leaves a leftover residue of lactic acid. And in the heart, that lactic acid is going to lead to fibrosis because your heart don't have a way to really clean the same way as the rest of the tissues would. So it takes a lot longer. It's a slower process. And a buildup of lactic acid literally... Your ass up out of here. Yeah. Same thing with smoking weed, right? All right. So we moving. Where were you first prepared to be a Mason? Masonic ritual prepares you for judgment. Okay. Masonic ritual prepares you for judgment. In fact, most of the Masonic journey is through the afterlife. I've had a lot of conversations with brothers and they had no idea. And I'm like, how did you have no idea? You was raised, right? What happened before you got raised? Yeah. Yeah. So go back, do your notes, right? But pay attention, right? The ruffians did what? They cracked the skull, right? How do you do? Crack the skull goes back to trepanation, right? Removing that keystone, right? They cracked the skull, right? We talked about the lion's paw and the feather away in the heart. Both belong to Shu, right? Both the lion's paw and the feather that you think is the feather of Ma'at, because again, you was listening to these goofball Egyptian chematologists telling you, oh, the feather of Ma'at. Anytime they say feather of Ma'at, that means they don't know nothing about Kemet. It's literally called a Shut because it belongs to Shu. So there is no such thing as a feather of Ma'at. Hello. There's no such thing as a feather of Ma'at. Anybody that tell you they study Kemet or teach Kemet and also refer to a feather of Ma'at, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. There is no such thing as the feather of Ma'at. Okay? It is called the Shut because it is Shu's feather. Yeah, it's the feather of Shu, right? So just because other people wear it doesn't mean it's theirs, right? That's like if I design, right? That's like this hat, right? Anybody can wear this hat. Yeah, go to the website, AmericanHealer.com. Go to the clothing line, right? Get the shirt, right? Genius Lives Matter, right? Support geniuses. Genius Lives Matter. Get you a hat, but that doesn't mean you made this. Hell, I didn't make this, right? Shout out to Ezra, right? Me and Ezra be battling over who's the real creator over these things. I'll be saying he is. He'd be like, no, I'm getting it from you. You are. So yeah.
Somewhere in between us lies the truth. Either way, your ass didn't make it up, but you can purchase one, correct? So you can wear one, but that doesn't mean you created it. Right? Okay, so yeah, you got that. All right. So here's my guy, Shu, right? Letting y'all know that's my feather, right? To weigh is to measure is to observe, right? We know about observance. Do we know about to observe? Do we know about what that means now? We Gucci, we fly with that. To observe, right? Double slit experiment. You observe the wave collapse into particle, right? So understand that's a part of this. To measure is to observe, right? Anyway, the main part here, right, is that we're talking about magnetism, the heart, being weighed against the feather, which is electricity, right? The feather symbolizes electricity and the heart symbolizes magnetism, right? Electricity and magnetism. Notice that if you look at Shu right now, like most of the gods that you will see, they are carrying what? The was, which is the aorta, and the ankh, which is the circle of Willis in the brain, right? Both of these are about blood flow, right? The ankh is about blood flow, and the was scepter is about blood flow, right? That's your aorta, and that's the circle of Willis, right? The ankh is the circle of Willis. If you want to jump ahead, go ahead and look up circle of Willis. Type it in and see if we boom, right? So they're weighing electricity versus magnetism. Why? Because that's what your body is doing. Your body is literally translating the gross electricity that we create from movement and from food, right, into our spirit. How do we do that? Right? Our experiences, right? Our experiences, our information. In this universe, there's only one way to store information, right? That's in a magnetic field. There's no other way to store information. Okay. So if you pull out your debit card used to have the magnetic strip. Now it has the chip, right? Yeah. If you look into your computer, it's a hard drive. Yeah. Inside a hard drive, pull up how a hard drive is working. It's just a magnetic thingy in there. Magnetic thingy. Yeah. That's it. It's only magnetism. That's how information is stored, right? So now we have fancy machines to verify what your ancestors was talking about. Yeah. Yeah. We can see this magnetic field right here. Right? Now we can see the magnetic field. So nobody could tell you that what I'm saying is not accurate because we have a machine that can measure it. And your magnetic field extends all the way out into the atmosphere. There's no limit to it. Well, the limit to it is based on your day-to-day actions and discipline and what you eat and how you live and all that kind of stuff. But technically, there's no limit. Sky's the limit, literally. Right? Did you get that, family out there? Hint, hint, wink, wink. Right? The sky. All right? And then we also have the EKG. Now, both of these measure the body's electricity and the body's magnetism through the skin. It's not like they insert anything into your body. They don't have to insert anything into the heart to measure the magnetic field of the heart because the heart's magnetic field is projected all the way throughout past beyond your skin. So all they got to do is put the electrodes on the skin and they can check and see what's happening with you electrically, right? Or now they more advanced. They could just put you inside this. You lay down on the bed slides into the tube. The tube, just like your cardiovascular system is a tube. Yeah, you slide into the tube like a big red blood cell. Hello. Look at what you got right here. You slide into this tube like a red blood cell. Now you see what color the light is inside the MCG machine, right?
It's blue. Throughout your blood vessels, you have melanopsin. Melanopsin responds primarily to blue light. Literally, this technology is based on your cardiovascular system to measure your cardiovascular activity. Yeah. Right. This here is how it works. I'm not going to really, we don't have, you can, when you download this, this will be there for you to go through. I just put this there so you know what this is. Right. So you understand what parts of these waves are measuring what. It's just telling you what the heart is doing. That's all. Right. Here we give you a little background on how this works. Right. Because some folks out there were saying that some of our ancestors didn't know what they was talking about when they started to mention superconduction and melanin and gold and some of these other advanced concepts. And it's like, okay, cool. If you goofy niggas online don't want to put in the time to study, that does not mean this is not real. That just means it's going to be, you'll be subject to the science you don't understand. You'll be subject to the science that you don't understand. That's just how it's going to go. All right. So anyway, the first big lie, right, is that your brain runs the body. Right. That is the first big lie. Your brain does not run the body. OK, so here is a Dr. ENQI original. Right. This is a Dr. ENQI original. This butterfly here. This butterfly depicts the relationship between the heart and the brain. And if you look between the two of them, you see 3 squiggly lines of water. Right. 3 squiggly lines. Just like you will see in some of the ancient Kemetic depictions, those 3 squiggly lines is because the vortex in the heart is made of 3 streams. Yeah, the vortex in the heart, and those vortexes is how the blood moves from chamber to chamber. Anyway, but that's what this is, right? In the short term, right? So we got to deal with it. I know y'all don't like to deal with these things, but unfortunately, somebody has to have these conversations with you folks. Somebody has to do it. Because y'all believe in demons, but y'all no longer believe in gods. And part of that reason is because the 5%ers brung you the science of being God in the flesh or the God body, which is basically the same thing as Buddhists teach, just in case y'all don't understand what that is. Right. But then we watched the 5% nation, most of which, you know, in New York, we watched all of them become crackheads or dope fiends or jailbirds, etc. Right. And then those people got replaced with, you know, we either went back to church. Right. We either went back to church or we became atheists and school became our God. Yeah. You still have a lot of those folks, even though the degree comes from church. So they got you either way. Right. Or you got into the conscious movement and then you were misled by conscious leaders to think that you had to, for the men anyway, to think that you had to be anally penetrated to develop your spirit. And this is one of the reasons, quiet is kept, why Dr. Sebi was hated on when he came out in the early 80s. Because one of the things Dr. Sebi spoke against was anal sex. Because anal sex tears the lining of the colon and allows the feces to drip into the blood. And now you have feces being carried throughout the circulatory system to all different places in the body. You know what I'm saying? So unfortunately, I had to put some time into studying that process, not getting anally penetrated, but understanding what that leads to, because I wanted to validate or be able to debunk Dr. Sebi. And he was right and exact. He was the first person to describe what they now talk about as leaky gut. Yeah.
He was the first person to identify the relationship of how you can get anemia, and that can become hemolytic anemia, which can then become autoimmune disease just by some deviant sex practices that you don't understand. The same thing is like using some of these drugs, ayahuasca, mushrooms, and some of the other things. If you don't know what you're doing, like if you divorce the spirituality from them. So did our ancestors get high and do some other kind of sex and all that? Absolutely. But did they have a preparatory period before and after? Absolutely. Yeah. So for the ladies that like anal sex, give it at least 3 days. You know what I'm saying? Like give it a little 3 days after you have a session. Give it 3 days to heal up. Right? And make sure you're having your herbs and your supplements to replenish the NRF2 system and the glutathione in the body that's going to be taxed afterwards. Right? For the men, if you are, you know, alternative sexual preference, the best thing you could do is only have sex once every 72 hours, which probably is not possible. So you're going to have extra care in terms of your glutathione, your NRF2 system. You damn near should probably just eat onions all the time. You know, onions are really good for the cardiovascular system. But you have to know these things to balance. I've been telling y'all since I first started this. I never got into the health shit to learn to avoid everything, right? So I'm not going to say don't smoke, don't drink, don't do this, don't do that. My thing is learn how those vices damage the body. Then you know how to buffer that damage, right? If you don't know how to buffer that damage, then it piles up over time and your vice will kill you. Yeah. But if you know how to buffer the damage from your vice, you can enjoy your vice and not get killed. Right? But that's, yeah, Dr. Sebi was absolutely, you know, he was going in like, yeah, it's anal sex, it's tearing the lining because, you know, anyway, we got it. We don't have to go too deep, right? But you got these brothers in the community that's teaching you otherwise. And then you got the young folks that they have already, you know, dealt with in one way, shape, form, or fashion. Now, these is the guys that controls the platforms in the conscious community online. So largely as Black people, when you go onto the YouTube world and you looking for these folks, you have to go onto somebody's platform who is one of the students of these people. Yeah. Shit is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. But I'm here to tell you, and y'all know how I get down. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. If the truth get us 1,000 views, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. But goddamn it, if I got to go down to 4 or 5 niggas in my live stream, y'all know me. I will have no problem with my 4 or 5 niggas in the live stream. And we'll be telling the truth. Yeah. All right. The war is for your soul. Orthodox academia teaches you that your brain controls your body. The Vatican teaches you that they alone are your gateway to God. The conscious community godfathers, Dr. York and Bobby Hemmett, teach that the gateway for Black people to get into heaven or to join your creator is through male-on-male anal sex. The followers of these men still have control of the hearts and minds of the impoverished masses. Y'all forgot they locked up Dr. York, but it's 1,000 people that he already taught these practices to. That's out here. Bobby Hemmett retired from consciousness because he don't got to teach it no more. His students is running the platforms. Yeah. So now you got to go through these guys who keep promoting this chakra shit into your mind. Yeah. All right. So
let's get to the nitty gritty. Let's get back to the science. I know that's a little ugly subject, but we got to touch on it. I'm sorry. It's God's work, right? But let's go to the periodic table, right? This right here is my favorite part. I have named it the Ray OSIR PTAH pathway, right? The central part of your periodic table, right? The central part of your periodic table. These are the actual ingredients for the holy bread, the bread of the presence, or more appropriately, the shoe bread, right? So in church, when they give you the cracker is symbolic of this actual shoe bread. The shoe bread was actually composed of transition elements. And we know the transition elements are fly because they store more hydrogen gas, right? And that is the real gas. I know a lot of y'all be like, yeah, I like that gas. No, we're not talking about that gas. This is the real gas. Right? And the blood of Christ is rainwater. Right? Doesn't the Bible tell you they turn water into what? The blood turned into water back into blood. It tells you that a few places. Right? Rainwater is the blood of Christ. And that's why it is a global threat. Yes, I'm telling you, the war is for your soul. Why you think rainwater is illegal? You can't drink it. Try to collect some rainwater if you want. They're going to jump on your ass like you a terrorist. Yeah. But think about it, right? Because some of y'all be like, well, you know, it's the chemicals and up in there. Well, listen, that was my blueprint for Mom Atomics. That was my blueprint for Mom Atomics. Yeah. That was my blueprint. Trying to literally capture that lightning in the bottle. The cosmic rays, the transition elements, the flyest shit on earth. I'm like, yeah, I need that in a bottle. My daughter got a broken neck, broken spine. I got to get this Jed pillar. I got to restore the Jed. Like, what? Yeah. Let me go back to the original blue. What they said? I'm like that. I'm like, yeah. That's Mom Atomics. You should have it daily. Because Mom Atomics, you're good. You try to get that rainwater, you're going to go down. Yeah. I know it's crazy. It's okay. Remember, go back to the other video, astrology versus astronomy. Cosmic rays decay in our atmosphere and literally become the blood of all life on earth. Remember, all life on earth comes from that rainwater. Yeah. So you got to ask yourself, why is it okay for you to drink recycled piss and not rainwater? Why is it legal to drink recycled piss, vomit, shit? Like, that's what literally your pipe water is from the tap. Piss, shit, vomit. And that comes from every type of person. That's why they find drug residues in it. Like when they tested this drug residues, the drug residue is not from people pouring fresh bottles of drugs down the toilet. No, the drug residue comes from the piss, the feces, the vomit of people that take medications, right? So all of, yeah. How is it legal to me to drink recycled urine and piss, but not fresh water? Yeah. So this is the symbolic Nile. It flows from the south to the north. Okay, from the south to the north. Your heart is made of neurons and melanocytes, right? Yeah, they don't teach that. Yeah, they said Dr. Richard King wasn't a real doctor. He was pseudo. Yeah, because he said melanin was inside the heart. They said he was pseudo. I was a young kid. I was like, don't you worry, Dr. King. I'm going to tear their ass up when I get big. I'm going to figure it out. All right? Pay attention. Arterial pulsation controls the flow of cerebral spinal fluid. So when we talk about the ventricle system, the flow of the cerebral spinal fluid around the spine and through the brain is controlled by arterial pulsation, right? Not chakras, people. Arterial pulsation. This is very important for you to understand how your heart works, because all of these areas are directly controlled by your heart. The amygdala, the hippocampus, the cerebral cortex, and the thalamus, right? And a lot of us talk about the amygdala as the seat of emotions. Now, the heart, they don't know what they're talking about. The heart, no. You don't know what you're talking about, right? So now here's your homework, right? We're not gonna have time to go through each one, but here's your homework. You're going to pull up atrial natriuretic peptide, brain natriuretic peptide, C-type natriuretic peptide, heart-produced vessel dilator, acetylcholine, norepinephrine. See, those you're kind of familiar with. Dopamine, norepinephrine, and acetylcholine, you should be kind of familiar with those. But these peptides that the heart produces, I know you're not familiar with these, right? Yeah. C-type natriuretic peptide, calcitonin gene-related peptide. Yeah. This is how the heart is controlling the brain. This is how the heart is controlling the brain. It's not just the pulse pressure and no. Right? And not just the pulse pressure controlling the cerebral spinal fluid, which controls the brain largely, right? But it's also these peptides and what they do to the brain directly through circulation, and then also via the nervous system and the vagus nerve and the peripheral nerves, right? And then you also have the blood pressure created by the heart, read by the brain, the heartbeat, the wave pulsation in the blood, right? Which is literally the strength of the vortex, right? The heart hormones as well as neurotransmitters. Get to work, right? Now, these hormones, peptides, and neurotransmitters control DNA, RNA activity, your growth hormones, right? Your pituitary, right? Emotions, amygdala, central nervous system activity, your memories, your brain activity, your sensory system, which is largely just the collection of all your pigments, your lymphatic system, gas metabolism, logic, reasoning, problem solving, spatial data, symbol and pattern recognition, abstract study, and energy production. Yeah, all of that's regulated by the heart. Yeah, that's why that's the most important question in masonry. Where were you first prepared to be a mason? Right? Now, all of the gods, right? All of the people who were taught about the art of self-creation, the art of self-creation. The heart exemplifies that best, because the heart is in textbooks as self-created. Oh yeah, you better look it up. These are self-organizing cells that form the heart. Yeah. And they still haven't fully identified them. So yeah. So this is truth that goes against the power structure, right? And when you have that, it's a slow process, right? From Richard King saying that there was melanin in the heart to people saying he was crazy, he was pseudo, all the way up until now. They just started to put out within the last 10 years or so there's a new category of melanocytes called cardiac melanocytes, right? So that's going to continue to evolve. That truth will continue to evolve. And the truth doesn't have to evolve. It's just how much of the truth is being told is what's going to evolve. Anyway, so I'm telling you now that I believe with good reason that the heart doesn't just contain melanocytes, but it's made by melanocytes. I don't know of any other type of cell that could become an SA or NA node cell, right? So this will probably go down as another Dr. ENQI discovery, maybe when I'm dead or another 10, 20 years. You know how we do, right? So you can look at the cells themselves and see how it looks, right? You can take the fact into consideration that these cells all come from the neural crest or the neural plate, right? So it's literally the same type of stem cell with the same body type and the same function. Yeah, it comes from the same stem cells, which arise from the same place in the embryo, which have the same body type and the same function. There's no other cells that really have these dendrites like this that are electrical. It just doesn't exist. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, right? This is your electrical skeleton of your heart, right? Your SA node, your AV node, right? Self-organizing cells, right? So just keep that in mind. We moving. Right now, for the people that didn't see, I always like to show and prove. So literally, this is melanin controlling the heartbeat right here. Right. So you know how we get down.
Yo, AA Rashid is with Griselda. Oh, it's that time to start robbing niggas now. If I jack for life for them cars, you know how he go.
I'm gonna show y'all that again. Right? I'm gonna show y'all that again. Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all that again.
Yo, AA Rashid is with Griselda. Oh, it's that time to start robbing niggas now. If I jack for life for them cars, you know how he go.
Now, the hidden holiday. The hidden perverted holiday. Yep, this is the hidden perverted holiday. Lupercalia. They have no origin for this holiday. Lupercalia. All right. You know of this day as Valentine's Day. Right. But they have no origin for why Lupercalia exists. They have no reason, no credible reason anyway, for why Lupercalia became Valentine's Day. They also have no credible reason why this shape right here became the shape for the heart, because it doesn't resemble the heart at all. At all. This does not resemble the heart at all. If anything, it resembles sex, a sexual symbol more than anything else, right? Because if you look at it like you're looking at a voluptuous woman from the top down, this could be her butt sticking out from the back, right? Or that same top down view on a woman with big breasts, this could be her breast in the front, right? Or we turn it upside down, this could be a man's testicles at the bottom, right? But this is really nothing to do with like the heart though. It's like, yeah, where are they getting this heart idea? Yeah, that ain't it. But if you notice, it's a dead ringer. Oh yeah, it's a dead ringer for Kepler, that transformative beetle, right? And we know in Islam, right, transformation in the heart is the same thing. Here's the transformative beetle. Oh yeah, here's the transformative beetle right here. This is the heart shape. Oh yeah. Yeah. See? Now it makes sense. Now we know where the heart came from. Boop. Yeah. Now we get it. Now we know why they eat chocolate also on that day. Right? Yeah. Osiris, the perfect black. Right? And now we know also why the wolf is involved with that day. Yeah, because Anubis is the one who initiates Osiris. And this is the symbol of resurrection, which is what Anubis is initiating folks for, because he's not the god of death. He's the god of resurrection, which is why he prepares the souls so that they can be reborn. Right? Yeah. So anyway, we're moving. I just wanted to give y'all that information so y'all can get it. Right? Yeah. It's also a symbol for a vortex, right? You're like, wait a minute. Vortex? Sure. Sure. Well, then how does this relate to vortex? Because Kepra is the god of vortex. Yeah. You didn't know that? Kepra is the god of vortex because beetles, dung beetles in real life, what do? They roll balls of poop. Yeah. The god Kepri is responsible for the vortex of the sun. Yeah. They told you that's how the sun works, by spinning. The spinning is what creates the light and electricity. All that comes from the spin, the vortexing of the sun. And that was Kepri's job. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, Kepri. The god of vortexing. So yeah, it's all right there. Right? It's all right there. Right? This is what your heart muscle fibers look like, right? Your heart muscle fibers have 7 layers, right? 7, right? And we kind of talked about the relationship of your magnetic field, right? The heart and brain, primarily the heart, right? To the earths, then the suns, and we went through that, right? So here we're getting more specific, though. We're sticking with the blood. And this is one of the things that has always perplexed me, right? How is it that we discuss all of the iron in the red blood cells without the magnetism? Think about it. You have a iron in and of itself it has its own magnetic field, right? Now, you literally have a spinning disk of iron which is going to generate a larger magnetic field, right? Think about this now. I just want you to think about this. You have iron inside the red blood cell. Let's just imagine that there's only one piece in there. The red blood cell is spinning. So that's going to make that magnetic field larger, right? So it's spinning like that on its own axis. It's rotating. Like literally, it's a little toroidal shape. So it's rotating, right? Now, in circulation, it doesn't just go straight like that. The circulation is also like a vortex through the circulatory system. So it's going like that as it's traveling. So not only is it going like that, but it's also going like that around, right? And as it's going around, remember that it's traveling all throughout your body with 30 zillion. What the hell is all that magnetism doing that all that iron is generating? And literally, it's very important because you can't see it, you can't touch it, but you can feel it. Yeah. When you're anemic, what do you know? Low energy. That magnetism is missing. Low energy. Right? What else? Cold feet. Cold hands. Why? Extremities. The extremities
get the least benefit from circulation. Yeah. You have any kind of circulatory issues, the extremities feel it first. That's why diabetics always getting their extremities chopped off. Yeah, because the blood can't get through. Once the blood can't get through, it starts to get infected and die. Yeah. Yeah. This is diabetes talk. This is still very much diabetes talk. Right? So I need you to understand this. Right? Yeah. That's why we have to have the conversation and go, oh, we get it. Electricity and magnetism. Yeah. Right? That's what we're doing when we breathe in. The red blood cell, literally, when it's iron, when you got enough iron, the red blood cell literally jumps through the air in the lungs. And because it's iron, right? Because it's magnetic, it attracts the oxygen to it. The oxygen, right? Yeah, that's why we attracting the oxygen for electrons, right? We literally are using not the full oxygen. We just need the negative charges, the electrons, right? The rest of the oxygen becomes free radical. Yeah. Yeah. That's why you need to have antioxidants, right? Because the rest of the oxygen sucks life out of you. Because we stealing it first. The oxygen stealing it back. Yeah. We stealing it first. The oxygen trying to steal it back. So literally, free radicals pull electricity out of your tissues and cells. So you got to neutralize them so that your cells and tissues can keep their charge, keep their electricity with antioxidants. But that's what the lungs doing, electrifying the cell. The iron is what magnetizes the cell. The air electrifies it in the lungs. So that's literally what you're doing. You're balancing electricity against magnetism. Yeah. Right. So if your heart speaks out against you, that means it's telling the sins that you did. So literally, you know that everybody here is dying in sin for the most part because they're dying from heart disease. Yeah. Yeah. And that's why this guy is right there at the way into the heart ceremony. Right? Because you don't have organized water. You don't have structured water in the body. That's what the NILE theory of health is all about. Structured water. You don't have structured water. You have a mutt. You have a mutt. Literally, a mutt. You're a mutt, right? They talk about that in Harry Potter too, right? You got mud blood. Yeah. The mud bloods are non-magical. Yeah. You mud bloods. Yeah. Yeah. Right? So, yeah, we named it the YSL heart. Of course. The heart be snitching. Ah! All right. My bad. Right? Okay. So, we got it. The heart, melanin, sound, light. Okay. Some of y'all may not have seen this before, so I'll show you what this is. This is the difference, right? I showed you the melanin in the heart, but I'm showing you the difference of what melanin does to your other popular pigments, right? These are your other popular pigments. Chlorophyll, carotenoids, phycocyanins, your blues, phycoerythrins, your reds, right? When you have purple, that's a combination of the blues and reds. There's really not purple, but there's a combination.
But if you look at how they absorb, you see the hills and valleys. Hint, hint, wink, wink. You see the hills and the vales, right? But melanin doesn't function that way. Melanin functions the same way as the stars do, especially the sun, right? That's what this is showing you, how melanin functions the same way the sun does, right? It doesn't function like other pigments. This is what makes it special. This is how it's able to convert sound into light and vice versa across a wide spectrum, right? This is very important, right? And this is how the word literally becomes flesh. This is how the word becomes flesh. This is how the word becomes flesh. The relationship of electricity to magnetism. Right? This is how the word becomes flesh. Via your pigment. That's the story of the two brothers being red and brown, or red and black, right? That's pheomelanin and eumelanin. Yeah. Melanin functions as an advanced solar repeater and converter, large to small or macro waves to quantum waves and back. What are you talking about, ENQI? Your body absorbs light and energy from all over the universe, from the stars, largest waves, all the way from the eensy beensy little tiny atoms that make up the smallest, molecules and enzymes inside your cells. All of those things come together in you. So when you look at, for instance, like the Star of David and this as above, so below, right? You are the Star of David part. You're the thing where they come together, where they meet is you, the singularity. Like you're the thing that's in between the heavens and the earth. Like you are where they join together. This is why the other part of geometry, right? There's geometry, the lines and the points, but then there's geometry where it's geometry, right? Which is where we're studying the ground. We're studying the composition of the earth, because we know the earth is composed of star material, right? So we're studying what's above by studying what's below, because that's what we got to eat, like literally the plants, you know what I'm saying? Or for the meat eaters, that's fine. You still fit in there, meat eaters, because the animals you're eating are eating the animals that eat the plants. Yeah. So that's how that goes. And if you eat animals that are devoid of eating plants, like you're just eating animals that eat the other dead animals, like you eating just vulture or chicken. Yeah. Anyway, right? This is how those waves are compressed into your life, right? And so largely how I was able to combat illnesses and how I studied the plants and the herbs before I even became a naturopathic doctor was these binary codings, like these patterns, right? I realized everything is binary code. So the binary code is what facilitates life. That's how life puts everything together. Everything is regulated by these binary codes. And the binary codes become in your body cytokines, chemokines, and all those other different things. And that was the relationship that I heard that Dr. Sebi was speaking about, but nobody else knew it. Nobody. Right? Nobody. knew what he was saying. So he was talking about the food of the gorilla and the polar bear and all that. I'm like, what the hell does that mean exactly? Right? What is it about specific soils, how they attach to specific people? And then you can extend that conversation to understand why God was the God of a people, and that people was in a certain place. And they had to take their God with them. And this, the Ark of the Covenant, it gets a little more complicated, but people come from the ground, the soil, right? So literally you're composed, or there was a time, now it's all crazy, but there was a time where people were primarily, their composition was similar to where they were from. Yeah. That was important, right? Because the soil was different, all different types of places. So where you was at, you had to eat a certain type of way to get it how you could, where you was at. Now in your supermarket, there's food from everywhere, right? You go to your supermarket, it's all there. You got the international aisle and just everything is there. All the dead animals from everywhere, the vegetables from everywhere, like all year round. You know what I'm saying? It's totally different now. Right? Your body is a structured water machine. Your body is a structured water machine. So it's the same thing as the protein conversation, right? The best thing you could do is not really worry about the structured water or the protein. Just put the amino acids in, right? Put the water, the mineral rich water with bicarbonates and all that kind of stuff, or just add your mama atomics, right? But just your natural water, and let your body do the magic. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. Your body wants to structure the water. Your body wants to create its own proteins. It just needs the amino acids, right? But this is very important, because this understanding the pigment and the relationship of your body's heart and magnetic field is then going to explain in the future how we have those situations where we think about a person and then they call on the phone, or you in your bed sleep as a parent and then something happened to your kid and you wake up and then 20 minutes later you get that fucking phone call. Yeah, this is that, because there's an invisible attachment that science has yet to fully explain, which they try to explain away, but it happens too frequently across all boundaries to not be science, to not be an actual phenomena that requires a scientific explanation. Instead of explaining it away, we want to understand what that is, right? That's because the information that makes up you is non-local. It is non-local. Your brain accesses the mind. Your brain is not the mind. So brain damage will stop you from being able to access certain information unless your brain can rewire itself, which your brain does. Your brain does rewire itself. Absolutely. Your brain rewires itself. In fact, your heart rewires itself too. This is some shit that they don't want you to know about. Yeah. So let's keep going. Right? The relationship is the heart of the matter. The relationship is the heart of the matter. What relationship? The relationship between energy and information and matter. Matter, energy, and information. Right? But I think we probably need to have a whole nother class on that. Right? We got to get this heart. We got to get the physical part down first. Right? So anyway, think for a second about what God has entrusted me to show you. Life cannot exist without the ability to convert waves of energy, which is information, from the smallest atom as well as the largest star into a medium which we can metabolize. The heart is the true center of our soul system, right? Soul defined self-organizing universal light, with system defined as a web of inseparable energy transformers and repeaters at a multitude of scales. Free will is the ability to do as you want with the energy that runs through your system, right? And we have matter's processing limit. We have the energy to matter equation, and we also have energy to photon equations, right? To describe these relationships of the spirit in scientific terms, so we don't have no atheist bozos, you know, to slip into the conversation and create dissension or distraction. That's why we have the equations here. That's why we got the equations there, so they could sit down quietly in the back of the room and do math. That's what they like to do. They like to wear out pencils, so they could sit in the corner and do math. Yeah, we take it back to God body and the science to produce it, right? Yeah. Now, this right here, let me see if I can get this a little cleaner. Yeah, that should give me a little more room. Bring this over some. It's kind of small, but we'll get into the more specifics. We'll go through it. But these are the connections of the vagus nerve that the heart controls, because they try to limit the vagus nerve to the brain and the heart. And if you don't do your own studies, then you won't see how the heart regulates a lot of these other things through the vagus nerve. And the cardiac melanocytes are at the mouth. The cardiac melanocytes are at its most densest concentration at the mouth of the aorta. The mouth of the aorta, right? That's why when you look at the Y scepter, right, which is the aorta, right? Oh, here's the circle of Willis for y'all earlier. But we'll come to it. We'll come to it. But the Y scepter, right, that little mouth, that mouth is all melanin right there, melanocytes, right? That is the root, the valve, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right. So you can go to the national, what is this? National Medicine, PubMed, you know, the National Medicine Library, right? If you need that verification, right, they would tell you what? We found that melanocytes were localized in the valves and septa, right? The ventricular and the atrial, right? Moreover, the numbers of melanocyte in the heart appears to reflect that of the skin. Mice having a high or low level of pigmented cells and or melanin in valves and septa have a similar lifespan.
It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, you heard?
Let's look at that again. They're telling you here that your lifespan is literally determined by how much melanocytes you got in the heart, and that is reflected by how dark your skin is.
It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, you heard?
Oh, yeah. I think that might be the root of racism. Yeah, that could be the root right there. That could be the root right there. You got to wonder, why are you getting killed for this? Why do you get killed for this? How do you just get hated off rip? How you just get hated off rip? You dark skinned, so you just, huh? I told you, read the book, Mummies, Cannibals, and Vampires by Richard Sugg. It details let me see what this damn book is at. Oh, wait. Look around and see if you can find my other copy. Because I got another copy of this one. Just look for it for like 10 minutes. If you can't find it, then don't worry about it. Yeah. I don't even mess with this one too much. This ain't my reading copy. I just bought this to have one in the stash that I don't mess up. But this is one of the revised ones. It's a little thinner than the original. Yeah. I got a chance to interview Richard Sugg, the guy that wrote this. Right? But I destroyed this book. I read this a few times. Right? But this book provides the dates, the receipts, the times, and documents the whole process of them actually using black skin as medicine. They literally were eating black people, and the mummies, they started with the mummies, and then they started just grabbing people to eat. This is why. I mean, this is not why, but this documents the progress of the process. The export, the import, because it was legal to do. It was legal to kidnap black cadavers and people and eat them as medicine. Literally, you would walk to the medicine places and they would have the skin, the skulls, and all that. It's for you to eat. This is the reason, right? This is the reason. So I'm telling y'all, you better go get this. It's on Amazon for like 30, 40 bucks. Get the more expensive version though. Because I spoke to him and I asked him, literally, I spoke to Richard Sugg and I asked him, I was like, yo, did you have any beef? You know, did people get on you about making this book? And he kind of said what he could say and danced around it a little bit, but he quickly came out with a revised version that's a lot thinner, meaning they had to take out some, he had to take out some stuff out of that book. But don't argue with me. Argue with your PubMed, argue with your PubMed folks. That's just what that is now. Because light-skinned folks get angry when they see that. Oh, so what you saying, Ink? I'm just saying. Hold on, man. Now, y'all niggas get all kind of benefits in this caste society that we live in because y'all light-skinned. The moment y'all find out this shit, niggas be mad with me. No, don't get mad with me.
It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, you heard?
Yeah, that's all. It's just the work. Okay? That's what you got to deal with that now. Go debunk it. Deal with it. Right? But this is why that was the Holy Royal Arch. I think that qualifies that as the Holy Royal Arch. Literally, if science says that determines your lifespan, that can clearly be defined as, yeah. So anyway, the inner scales that must be balanced, the nervous system, right? The inner scales, this is where your heart attacks come from. This is where your heart attacks come from. Everything else is a result of this. This is where the heart attack comes from. This is why weed is killing folks right now. Yes. This is how weed, and this is how hitting the gym when your body is not in shape like it should be, or, for the big muscle heads, when they overstimulate the body, right? Because basically the process of the skeletal muscle, especially the weightlifting, y'all got to read the Soul Craft Scroll. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, we gave away 100,000 copies, and most people, they either read it and didn't like study it, or they just, yo, I'm gonna start reading it, God. Yo, I'm about to read it. Oh, yo, Monday coming up. I'm about to read it because I was okay. Keep on waiting till your dumb ass drop dead. Don't think because we like buddies or we cool that's gonna somehow fix your body. Like, no, nigga, if you don't read the information, you yeah, you out of here. Right? So you're hitting your skeletal muscle. You don't realize that you need to work on the internal muscles. That's why in martial arts, before it became, just who can knock out who, it was about knee dan and way dan, right? And the internal muscles, the cardiac muscles and the smooth muscles was more important than the skeletal muscles. Yeah. Right. But weed stimulates the sympathetic nervous system. The sympathetic nervous system, right? The sympathetic nervous system overstimulated without parasympathetic balance is what causes the heart to, yeah. And then when you start to get all of that lactic acid build up, it's a wrap, right? So again, when we talked about the weed the other day, in order to pump up the THC count, they had to get rid of the CBD, right? CBD is in there to balance. So when you take plants, it's the same. Listen, this is drug. This is how drugs, this is the difference between getting the herbs. See, the herb is no longer a herb. You think it's a herb still because it looks like it's a herb. It still look like the plant when you roll it up to smoke it or when you put it in your food or whatever, but it's no longer that. They found a way to turn it into a drug in the plant form, right? So the plants, the difference between a plant and a drug, the difference between goat's rue, right? Or goat's rue and metformin, right? Or old school green weed and, like what you got now, the balance of all of the compounds. So when you had the regular land race cannabis, the THC was balanced with the CBD content. So you had sympathetic and parasympathetic stimulation together. When they get rid of the CBD to make the weed stronger and stronger, it's just THC. So it's just gonna that's why over time you smoke every day, your adrenal glands go bad. Yeah. Because you keep stimulating them every time you blowing trees and you're not calming them down with the CBD. Anyway, we ain't gonna spend all day on weed, right? But this is the thing, right? So even when you have sex, right, the emission part of your orgasm, right, that is where your body puts the fluids together before it is released, right? So that emission process of putting the fluids together is a sympathetic nervous system process. But the actual release is parasympathetic, together creating balance. Together creating balance. So if you're going to blow your trees, I suggest that you guys have some sort of CBD extract to go along with that. If you're not going to go get the natural plants, right? And just because you grow it yourself doesn't mean it's natural, because you're growing it from adulterated seeds, right? Shit is GMO. Now, at the top of your screen, you'll see in the left corner and the right corner, the two master hormones that regulates all of this, right? Back to melanin again. So in the left-hand side, you see melanin stimulating hormone. The right-hand side, you see melanin concentrating hormone. These are the hormones that regulate the sympathetic and parasympathetic aspects of your nervous system. Yeah. Right. And here's that language, right? Here's that language, right? We're gonna go through this. We're just gonna jump past this. And you download the book, you'll have this all. Right? And down here you see harmine. Right? Harmine is how we use the purple phase to regrow beta cells. Right? But harmine also upregulates brain-derived neurotropic factor. Right? Brain-derived neurotropic factor. This is how we use the plants, people. We use the plants to control this conversation. Right? Going back to what I was saying, people didn't know what Sabi was talking about. In the soil, the plants, right? They have nucleosides and nucleotides, right? Those directly communicate information to your body. So this is how plants can foster immunity. It's not just because plants have compounds in it that are antibacterial or antiviral. No, it's about the information that the plants can communicate to your body system so that your body knows how to mount an effective fight against these bacteria and viruses on its own, devoid of the chemical compounds the plant can provide. I'm going to say that again. The plant knows how to tell your body what is going down. Right? So the plant says, listen, right? I just watched Creed 3. Yeah. Creed 3 was amazing. I loved it. Right? So I just watched Creed 3, right? So we on that, right? So the plants know how to like be in your trainer in the corner. So the plants is like Wood, what's his name? Wood Harris. Yeah, the plants is like, so he's gonna come out and he like to throw the jab and then he like to do this. So if you know he like to throw the jab and do this, what you want to do is maybe feint something and then drop, sit in your seat and then hit, work the body. And then when he go to cover up, then that's when you want to pop up like Jack in the Box and bang, bang, to the head. You know what I'm saying? That's when you go for your kill shot. So now you got a game plan, right? Now, the compounds that the plant can give you is like the big, what's his name? Tyson Fury, when he slipped, sneak shit in his glove, right? So that's cool. The plant could give you sneak shit to slip in your glove. Right? Those would be your antiviral, antibacterial compounds. But the information is more important so that your body's immune system can mount a defense anytime that the viruses or the bacteria comes and, stimulates the HLA system. You know what I'm saying? It also keeps your HLA system rather, from turning on itself, creating autoimmune problems. You know what I'm saying? So you got to understand the language of cells, right? So we talk a bit about that, the language of cells in here. Okay, bam. Veins and arteries. Veins and arteries, right? The root of artery is Rs, right? Rs is the same as the root of Mars. Vein is the same root as Venus. Interesting. Venus and Mars. This is interesting because they are male and female. Your veins and arteries are male and female. Your veins and arteries are male and female. Like, ENQI, no, ENQI. This sounds a little superstitious, ENQI. This is not a fact. This is absolutely a fact. This is why males primarily get, you know what? I'll show you in a second. Okay. Anyway, so arteries, right? Artery, right, comes from a Greek term meaning to raise, right? Interesting. Especially for the brothers, right? Interesting, right? Vessels are a water course. right? That's what vessel comes from, a water course, right? And we know vessels still are, regarded as boats that, travel the waterways and blah, blah, blah. We know about moors and mooring and moorings and yeah, it's all crazy, right? But what we don't know is that in the blood goes from a dead level to a living perpendicular every beat. Did you know that? The blood goes from a dead level to a living perpendicular with every beat. The blood in your right ventricle goes from a dead level to a living perpendicular. That's how the blood functions. Yeah. That's literally how the blood functions. And if this process is not maintained, which is maintained by the valves of the heart, right? And you maintain the valves of the heart by maintaining zinc in your diet, amongst other things, obviously. Tyrosine, selenium, a few other key components. But yeah. This is what's happening inside your heart, right? This is what's happening inside your heart. And yes, you got a whole nother track of, we'll do a whole nother class on that. I want to stick to the heart though. You'll have this when you read. Now, you'll have this for your reading when you download the free book. Right. So if you didn't learn anything today, don't send me no money. But if you're sitting at home learning and you're taking notes on all this, then you need to send me my money. Right. All right. This is how this system right here works. Right. And this is why I told you they are male and female. Right. Because primarily, now you do have men that get varicose veins, but varicose veins is not a male issue. Primarily, only women get varicose veins, right? Not only, but mostly. Just like mostly men get hypertension. So do you have men with varicose veins? Yes. Do you have women with hypertension? Yes. But go look at the numbers. You will see hypertension is a masculine issue. Varicose veins is a feminine issue. Now we have the mixing because we have mixed lifestyles. So we have men that live like women and we have women that live like men. So of course, we're going to have some mixing of these issues. Duh. But the numbers bear out. Primarily, hypertension is a male problem and it happens in the arteries. Hypertension is a disease of the arteries. Varicose veins is a disease of the veins. Yeah. Look these things up as I'm showing them to you. Right? Now, your capillaries, right? Or your capillaries, right? Where your blood cells stop to exchange gas and nutrients and waste and all that. That's where you get your blood clots. That's where you get the impact of smoking. And that's where you get the impact of diabetes. Right? So the blood clots, the smoking, the diabetes happens in the capillaries. The capillaries is the middle ground. Switzerland. That's where it's neutral. Lemert Park. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got to have a ceasefire with the capillaries. Right? But the arteries, male, red. The veins, female, blue. Right? Binary coding. Your whole body is always binary coding. Everything is part of the binary code. Blue and red, oxygen, deoxygenated, male, female, ones and zeros. This is how it works, people. Right? Now, notice the similarity in this diagram between the arteries, veins, and capillaries to two hands with this rag. Now imagine that this wet rag was waterproof. What would happen to the water when you wring it out? When you wring it out, right? When you cause it to constrict, right? That's a pulse. Each pulse of the heart causes the heart to twist. The heart twists. That's how the heart works. All the vessels twist. That's how the vessels work, right? That helps the spin of the red blood cells and also the charge separation in the water, right? Or the plasma, right? As well as keeping and maintaining the spin of all those little tiny magnets that was in there we talked about, right? Now, little side note over here. I want y'all to pay attention to. See this? I'm moving it around. Yeah, it's over here. Little side note, right? The difference between your blood, or key differences. Your blood has 200 times more zinc, 250 times more iron, and 1,000 times more copper than seawater. Why is that important? Because there's a lot of goofy niggas out there. It's like, oh, I'm gonna just go ahead and get these trace minerals. I think this is similar to what ENQI talking about, and it's way cheaper than getting mom atomic. So I could just go get this, and it's pretty much the same. Yeah, this is pretty much the same. This is the seed minerals. You got some stuff in there. You got some good stuff in there, but do you have it in the right ratios? Do you have it with the plant enzymes intact? I think not. There's no replacement for the mom atomics. There's no replacement for the shit I'm putting together because it's based on this higher science. Yeah. So when you're taking that shit and you're still not getting the results, then yeah. Holler at your boy, right? Yeah. So the red blood cells actually stop in the capillaries to exchange passengers. So remember, we kept asking the AI, what makes the red blood cells go? Right? So now ask yourself that question. If the heart is what makes them go, right? What makes them restart again when they're deep into the capillaries? When your red blood cells are 30,000 miles away from the heart, and that's not exaggeration because we know it's 60,000 miles is the length of the circulatory system. So when they left the heart and they are all the way at the furthest end from the heart. No, this is a real serious, important question, especially for you folks that's pre-diabetic and diabetic, or you folks that's trying to be healers, blah, blah, blah. When the red blood cells are 30,000 miles away from the heart, how are they going to restart again? See, this is where the goofball niggas run out of shit. They run right out of shit right here. Right about here is where they knowledge is, they're done. They're done. How do the red blood cells start again? Yeah, because they got to go through the capillaries very slow, single file damn near. Single file. And they got to come to a halt so that they can unload their passengers and pick up new passengers, right? They got to exchange the oxygen, the gas, pick up the CO2. When they come to a halt, when they go from 1,000 miles per second, that's how fast they're going. Remember, they do the whole 60,000 miles in 1 minute. So that means 60 seconds, they do 60,000 miles. That means it's 1,000 miles a second. So when they stop, how do they restart again 30,000 miles away? I promise you, your heartbeat is not felt. It's not pumping 30,000 miles away. That would be the earth only goes around 25,000. So just make it even smaller. That's like a nigga hearing my heartbeat in Atlanta. That's like a nigga hearing my heartbeat in California or in Africa or Australia, really. Australia is like the furthest away. Yeah, going by the postal price. Yeah, Australia is the furthest away. So that's like my heartbeat starting up a red blood cell that's in Australia. How does that happen to the geniuses out there that think that how does that go? Yeah. No answer. No answer. Yeah. No answer. See? Niggas be so smart, they dumb. See? This is why the fake black healers that ain't doing nothing but regurgitating Gerald Pollack and Dan Winters and Jack Cruz and, you know, all these other different personalities on the internet to you cannot help you, because this is specific to you. This is specific to you. And if it messes me up, I get passionate about it because it's the one thing that every one of your healers told you. But because you don't like my personality, you're going to go anywhere and spend your money, but you're dumb. You only hurting yourself. Richard King told you that we got to do this for us. Dr. Africa told you that. Dr. Sebi told you that. And them three, I don't even think, well, King wasn't really a contemporary, but Africa and Sebi wasn't on the same page, but they was on the same page of that. Yeah. And so is science. Science tells you our body is built different than everybody else's. Our blood count, our bone density, our lung capacity, our mitochondria function, all of it is different. Our anabolic hormone cascade, our fast twitch to slow twitch muscle ratio, it's all different. All of it is different. Who's going to invest the money in your body to figure out how it works? Yeah. You listening to goofballs that's remixing people that's not even discussing you. Oh, yeah. I heard Dan Winters. Dan Winters said that the aliens build the pyramids. Jack Cruz tells you that everything revolves around the eye. Oh, yeah, the eye. The eye is everything is the eye goes, you know, gotta go. Why? Yeah, because the eye is the only place where they got a whole bunch of pigments at. So it's valuable for Jack Cruz to talk about the eye because he got a whole bunch of pigments there. But the pigments that is in his eye is all throughout my skin and all everywhere. So who gonna tell me about that? And now I just showed you that the National Library of Medicine says, depending on how much pigment you got in your skin, determine how much pigment you got in your heart, which determines your potential lifespan. Huh?
It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, you heard?
Yeah, let's work. All right. So the human body needs other pigments besides melanin to function, where melanin cannot function, specifically in the blood vessels. That's where melanopsin comes in. Melanin has another job, especially eumelanin, which is preventing cancer. That happens not only by safely absorbing radiation, which is what they tell you. Oh, yeah, well, melanin can help stop the cancer because it can absorb the radiation and blah, blah, blah. The deeper the pigment, the more light and this is that. Yeah, that's true. But what about the blood vessels that forms to feed cancer and tumors? You don't get angiogenesis where you have healthy melanin at. The melanin has to degrade. It has to be breaking down before you get angiogenesis there to feed tumors. So the new billions of dollars of research going into anti-cancer is going into melanin study. So they're putting billions of dollars into their study of melanin. I'm struggling to get you niggas to send me $50 on Cash App. That's why we're dying. Yeah. Yeah. Because you're going to spend more money on weed than you're going to send me to do this research. You're going to spend more money on alcohol than you're going to send me to do this research. You're going to spend more money on your gym membership than you're going to send me to do this research. And nobody else is doing the research. All the rest of the niggas that you think understand this, because you don't understand the big words they saying, they're not doing anything but watching my videos and remixing it. That's it. And because I'm blackballed for telling you the truth on a lot of platforms, they get to reach you first with my research. So you think that these niggas sharp. They're not. They're not. These niggas is number 2 pencils fresh out the box. Yeah. Melanin blocks the growth of blood vessels, and oversupply of which leads to blindness. Wait, what? So no melanin, no eyesight? Oh, that's why it's more difficult for people that don't have the pick. Ah, okay. So they also researching blindness. This is Harvard. This ain't Dr. ENQI, this is Harvard. Wherever melanin is, blood vessels don't go. This is Harvard. Melanopsin mediates light-dependent relaxation in blood vessels. So this is why the melanopsin is there to function in the vessels. Yeah. And I told you already, right? We walked through all the stuff when I put out my diabetes paper that became the American Healer, the whole explosion. Yeah. I told you all the other pigments function secondarily or in a tertiary manner to melanin, meaning they route the information they gather to melanin. The same way in a leaf, you see the outside of the leaf is green, but in the fall, the chlorophyll degrades, and then you see the pigments that's under the chlorophyll. You see the yellows and the reds, because the yellows and the reds function secondarily and in a tertiary manner to chlorophyll. In your body, all of the pigments are subordinate of melanin. So in the brain, you have all of them being routed to neuromelanin. In the skin, you have them all, and throughout the body, you have them all being routed to either your pheomelanin or your eumelanin. That's how it goes. Yeah, this is how it works. So melanopsin is all throughout the vessels, right? And what does it say here? Melanopsin deals with non-photo effects of light. Yeah, the binary coding, right? You have lumen. Your vessels are all lumen, right? Constriction and dilation, right? Constriction, dilation, right? Each type of vessel has a lumen, a hollow passageway through which blood flows. Arteries have smaller lumens than veins, a characteristic that helps flow, right? Open circuit, closed circuit. Free electrons via the ENQI cycle are what actually increase oxygen through the open vessels, right? Now let's take a look in these vessels. Let's take a look inside these vessels. A moving red blood cell creates an electromagnetic field that induces the release of nitric oxide and relaxation of the arterial walls. Remember, we talked about the conversion of arginine into that nitric oxide to facilitate blood flow. The purpose of the blood is to carry light and information to all the cells and tissues, bones, glands, organs, etc. via fret or the Forster mechanism, right? The oxygen is required to fuel the source of this process of movement, right? So the oxygen is the fuel red blood cells use to move. But the purpose of the red blood cell is to carry information. Right? What is FRET? Fluorescent resonant energy transfer. Fluorescent resonance energy transfer. This is how pigments transfer information to one another by transferring light to one another, like taking one candle and lighting another candle with a candle. That's the easiest way to understand FRET. You take one candle and you light another candle with that candle. Right? Now, your sulfates. This is why onions all throughout The medical papyri from Kemet, they talk about onions. Why? Because onions supply healthy sulfate for the cells, for the NRF2 system, and for the structuring of the water throughout the circulatory system. Right? Look at the sugar chains. This is where the charge storage and structured water gel is supposed to be at. This is important because when you see these GAGS, these sugar chains, this is where this is where the jello is. That's where the jello is. When that structured water wears off, that's when your body has to put a Band-Aid on that part. Wherever the structured water or the jello's gone, your body puts a Band-Aid on there. That's a calcium cast. It's like a broken arm. You go get a cast. Well, that cast is calcium and it's called plaque. So when the structured water is gone, your body replaces it or tries to protect the circulation with plaque. Right? And I'll show you why in just a second. Right? But I need you to understand that structured water is slime. Right? So we're going to get rid of Nori. We're going to get rid of Young Thug. And Dr. ENQI is going to officially be Big Slime.
It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, you heard?
Right. Now, here's what the outside of the cell looks like, just so you understand, because this is important. The cell membrane that AI was referring to, but never really explained to you what's going on. It's got these glycophorins, right? And these are hydrophilic. These hydrophilic surfaces are what helps to maintain the conversion of regular water into the structured water we know of as plasma and cytoplasm, right? This is just another reason that that book, Eat Right for Your Blood Type, is bogus. It's bogus. And every book that's based on it is also bogus. And every person that teaches you online about that is bogus. Right? Band 3. Band 3 is an anion transport protein. It's phylogenetically preserved transport protein responsible for mediating the exchange of chloride with bicarbonate. These are the things that you want to have in your drinking water. Somebody asked earlier, when you have natural water, artesian or spring, it should be high in bicarbonates, chlorides, your calcium, potassium, those things, right? Those are the things that help your body to turn regular water into structured water. Those are the things that allow momatomics to help your body convert regular water into structured water, right? A glycophorin is a sialoglycoprotein of the membrane. It is a membrane spanning protein and carries sugar molecules. It is heavily glycosylated, 60%. There's that number again, right? Glycophorins are rich in sialic acid, which gives the red blood cells a what? I want y'all to all repeat after me. It gives the red blood cells a what? A very hydrophilic charged coat. Right? The AI didn't know what the hell it was talking about. Glycophorins give red blood cells a what? A very hydrophilic charged coat. But again, they're not going to talk to you about this, right? Gerald Pollack and them, they're going to keep showing you straws and tables and shit that don't matter. They're not going to tell you that the pigments is hydrophilic in your body. Yeah, red blood cells, remember, is pigment, heme. Yeah, just like the melanopsin, the melanin, all these pigments are hydrophilic. Yeah. So the diabetes destroys your body's ability to structure water by coating all the pigments. Now y'all are getting it? The diabetes coats all the pigments. When it coats the pigments, your body loses the ability to structure water. That's why you get the cardiovascular disease all throughout the heart and the vessels and all that, because you can't structure water anymore without the proteins and the pigments. So now all of your vessels are vulnerable to rupture and all the other stuff that goes along with it. Yeah, this is how it goes, right? So again, this is Khepri, the god of vortexing, right? Remember, tyrosine is hydrophilic and its head absorbs light to feed water. Only what you don't know is those charges begin to swirl with energy, creating mini whirlpools or tornadoes in the water. Charge separation or separation of charge is the cause of self-organization. This is how you create a God body. The separation of charge is the cause of self-organization and flow in biological systems. So not just self-organization, but also flow, the movement, forward movement of red blood cells, right? So now you got the answer. When the red blood cells slow down or stop in the capillaries, what starts them back up is the charge separation. This is why a lot of the blood clots forms down there, right? We got a little delay. This is why the red blood, the blood clots forms down there, because the capillary is so small, right? So now when the blood cells stop down there to do their business, they don't have the ability to restart. They can't restart because you got all that sugar coating all the pigments and the proteins. So it doesn't have, first of all, it doesn't have the negative charge on the outside of the red blood cell to push back the walls of the capillary, which is also supposed to have a negative charge, right? I showed you the sugar where the gel supposed to be, the structured water. That's a negative charge. The glycophorins on the outside of the red blood cell, negative charge. So those two negative charges repel. So when the red blood cell come through, that repelling of negative, right, opens up the capillary a little bit. So now the red blood cell can do its thing, pick up whatever, unload whatever, and go about its business. That doesn't happen because the sugar is coating all the protein. So guess what? There is no negative charge. The membrane, when the red blood cells slow down, is stuck there. You know what I'm saying? Now it's stuck. It's now what's happening to the red blood cells behind it? They getting stuck. So now what's happening to the pigments in the vessel walls and the nerves? They're communicating to the body, hey, we got a car wreck on 85. You know, we got a pile up on 85. You know what I'm saying? And so now you got cytokines and white blood cells and all kind of other stuff coming in there, further jamming it up. It's like when you see a car accident on the highway. The car accident itself creates traffic, right? But then the ambulance, the fire truck, and all that got to come. That makes more traffic. Yeah. So if you don't restore that ability of your body to get the electricity and the magnetism correct, the basis, then nothing else is going to work, right? The iron, the copper, the oxygen inside the cell, the glycophorins outside the cell. If that ain't fixed, yeah. So that's how it goes. So now let's keep working, right? The crow, the pickaxe, and the spade. What? The crow, liquid water lifting solid matter. Yes. Water is unique. Yeah, these are water tools, like a dentist would use. These are water tools, right? The crow is water's ability, like no other liquid, to actually carry its own solid. Everything else, the solid sinks, right? So when you have a solid anything, it becomes more dense than the liquid version and it sinks to the bottom. Only thing is water, when you have solid water, it floats. It's less dense, right? The pickaxe, separation of charge, right? The actual process of separating the charge. And the spade represents the process of cleaning, self-cleaning. This is how cells get clean. The inside of a cell cleans itself. This is how the cells function. A cell is able to clean itself because a part of structuring water means it excludes all things that are not a part of the positive or the negative charge. It's not just about separating charge, but it separates everything else that's not charged. So everything else that's not charged or part of the charge separation gets excluded. And that is how the waste inside of a cell gets pushed out to the interstitial fluids and then out into the lymphatic system for cleaning, right? Yeah, all of that's right there, right? So now we want to drill it home. Right? Red blood cells carry all the momentum and flow of all the cells and particles in circulation around the body. Right? Red blood cells carry all the momentum and flow of all the cells and particles around the body at 60,000 miles per minute. You have to imagine how fast that is. When you understand how fast that is, then you're going to understand why plaque really forms when that gel breaks down, because the gel is what's protecting the walls of the vessels, right? You got these cars flying 1,000 miles a second. Literally, that's not an exaggerated speed. That's the actual speed, right? You got 60,000 miles of track. So what happens? What happens when that water process breaks down? Right? What happens when that water process breaks down? Yeah. The actual cars, the red blood cells, literally will tear up the vessels. That's why there's a coating of gel around the whole track. That is what keeps the cells on the track, not the track itself. The vessels are too fragile. They'll be destroyed by the red blood cells and all the stuff that's also in the bloodstream for zooming around at 1,000 miles a second. That gel protects them from the stuff crashing into it. When that gel breaks down, a plaque has to form to protect the vessel wall from the inflammation. Yeah. Which is going to lead to atherosclerosis, which we know is one of the parents of heart disease, right? This is the reason that vessels form plaque. If the electrons that line the walls of the vessels forming a magnetic-ish repulsion, right, erodes for any reason, the vessels immediately form a calcium cast to stop potential rupture for the immediate crashes, right? Now, we know that the calcium cast becomes a problem in and of itself because the calcium cast that the vessels form attracts and binds lipids, fat. Those lipids look and taste delicious to the white blood cells, aka the macrophages, which begin to eat them. So that's where it becomes problematic. The calcium attracts and binds the lipids to the actual damage area. Now, when the white blood cells, which are also in circulation in the blood, when they see it, they smell it, they sense it, it's a buffet. So the white blood cells, specifically the macrophages, stop to start eating those lipids. Yeah. And when they eat those lipids, they turn into what's called a foam cell. F-O-A-M, a foam cell. These foam cells swell up, and that's what blocks off the flow. Yeah, that's what blocks off the flow. But remember, we're talking about the self-created God. The self-created God is also a healer. Yeah, the self-created God is also a healer. So what you're never going to hear from doctors is that your body performs its own bypass surgery on a regular basis, right? Yeah. So like I said, if you didn't learn nothing today, don't send me no cash apps. But if you learning something, oh, you on the hook. You on the hook, right? So if you're learning something, right, this is what you got to understand. Now, I want you to look up collateral circulation. This is one of the biggest hidden secrets of cardiology. Collateral circulation, right? So when we look at A, vessel A, this is a healthy vessel. When we look at B, what you're looking at in B is a partially healthy vessel. You see, it's kind of eroded in the middle here, but you see these branches on the outside of where it's damaged. Yeah, the vessels form their own bypass. These are called collateral vessels. They form when there's any damage to the vessels so that circulation doesn't break down. Yeah. So this is a partially damaged vessel, and it has partial collateral of circulation. C, there is zero circulation. The vessel was totally damaged. No blood could get through. So what did it do? It created collateral circulation. They say, well, why doesn't that happen in the capillaries? It does happen in the capillaries, but the capillaries are so refined and so small, it's a lot more of a difficult process, and there's a limit to it, which is why the reason when you get diabetes, you don't just get blood clots the next day. You know, it takes a while because your body is exhausting a lot of these processes, and medications and certain things can hinder these processes because these also rely on that structured water to be happening, right? It relies on the type of food you're eating, the type of exercise you're doing, right? Which is why, again, when you get the Soulcraft scroll, we show you how to do the exercises. Our exercises are all based on 60 reps and 60 and 60, right? 60 reps in 60 seconds, right? And we do that. We target doing that every 60 minutes. Right? 60 and 60. There's a reason now. You get it. The red blood cells, right? The cardiovascular system. There's a reason why we focus on isometrics, not weights, right? Working out outdoors instead of inside a gym, right? Hopefully these things are sinking in. We're not working out so you could be buff. We're working out so you can be alive, right? Right? But these numbers ain't nothing. Heart disease and stroke is $1 billion a day. $1 billion a day. And yes, that's the God of water right there. $1 billion a day. So if you constantly drinking caffeine and soda, can you have a good, consistent blood circulation? Absolutely not. If you constantly drinking coffees and sodas, that in and of itself is going to destroy your circulatory system, period. Period. It's going to make sure that you cannot produce the vortex that carries the blood. So your blood's going to be going a lot slower than 60,000 miles an hour. And if it's going slower, it's losing functionality, right? Or if you got to use blood thinners, you're losing functionality. The more water you lose, the less blood you have. That means your bone marrow has to try to produce blood cells faster. And it means your heart has to try to pump faster. When you damage the bone marrow, you age faster. You damage the bone marrow, you age faster because your bone marrow ages faster. You have less available stem cells and you have less of an available immune system. This is why the people that had money, they wasn't getting vaccines during the pandemic. They was getting plasma transfers. Yeah, they was getting plasma shots. You know what I'm saying? From other people. Yeah, because the plasma got other. Anyway, that's one of the cheat codes that LeBron uses to speed up his recovery. He gets plasma shots. Yeah. But you could just get the Mama Atomics and the Blue Magic Sea Moss gel. It's going to do better than the plasma shot. I promise you. Right? Anyway. So as your bone marrow ages, you lose your immune function. You lose the stem cells. Your body loses or converts brown adipose and black adipose tissue into beige and white, brown and adipose tissue rather, right? So you lose that healthy fat, right? Especially if you're not replacing it with the omega-3 and the DHA, right? So your body also begins to slow down and shut down brain activity to compensate for this loss in water, as well as sexual function. Right? Your sexual function, men, ladies, is also dependent on these capillaries. Right? So, illusions. I know a lot of you have been through situations, or you have family members, and you've been through and you looked at these things and the doctors explain it to you. And just like the AI, you don't know what it's really saying. So as long as it's a lot of big words and all that, you think that they telling you was the right thing. Oh, no, my doctor's a good doctor because no. My doctor be explaining it to me. No, the fuck he don't. Your doctor just be telling you gobbledygook that your ass is not smart enough to understand when he's bullshitting you or not. Right? Yeah. When you look at that image on the left side of that picture, do you see on the left side of this page here, do you see two faces? Or do you see a candlestick? Huh? Do you see two faces or a candlestick? What you looking at? The two black faces or the white candlestick? What do you see right there? Right? Same thing going on with these pictures. If you don't know, if you're not directed to what you need to see, then you don't know what it is. Right? Now look at this. Because you go there, this is what they show your family. I say, oh, yeah, you got this going on. Boom, boom, boom. We need to get in there and get some operating going on. Look at that. You got 80% blockage. Man, you got 80% blockage right there. Yeah, you got 80% blockage. You're in trouble. You need to, yeah, you got that stenosis. You got that stenosis. So you coming home telling folks, you got stenosis. Yeah, you got stenosis. Yeah. Dad got stenosis, so we got to get her. Yeah, he got that stenosis building up in there. So yeah, they said he got that stenosis. You don't know what the hell that's. You don't know what the hell that is. You just, oh yeah, they says you don't know what the hell that is, right? So they show you these pictures. Boom, they go, oh yeah, look at this was 100% blockage, and look at this. We put a stent in there. Yeah, we put a stent in there, and now look at that artery. It looks nice and healthy. Now, what they don't tell you is that guess what? Before the stent went in and after the stent, you still had the same amount of blood flowing to and from your heart. And I know you niggas at home saying that can't be right, ENQI. How can you still have the same amount of blood flow? I just showed you how. Because they never told you about this. They never told you that you have collateral circulation. They never told you that as the artery or the vessel breaks down, your body takes that material or creates brand new ones from scratch. Yeah. They didn't tell you that part because there's no money to generate off that. You don't get part of that billion a day. See, that billion a day ain't kicking in right there. That billion a day ain't kicking in right there. Right? Pigment in the vessels and the lumen help provide sensory data and use pressure to initiate construction of collateral blood pathways. There is a wide variety of information required and a wide variety of supplies needed for angiogenesis. Yeah, right. That's why melanin can't be in there, because you got to form new vessels in order for the circulatory system. That's why the body uses melanopsin instead of melanin. Right now, these are all of the different stimulators in the body, if you will, of collateral circulation, collateral vessels being built. Yeah, your body builds its own vessels. Your body builds its own vessels. Yeah, and it continues to do that throughout life as long as you do it the right way. Yeah. So here's the two different types. We ain't gonna go through the whole thing, but I will just, briefly give you some, right? Sprouting angiogenesis was the first identified form of angiogenesis. And because of this, it's much more understood than interceptive angiogenesis. It occurs in several well-characterized stages. The initial signal, right? We talked about these signals, right? The binary code, the signal comes from tissue of areas that are devoid of vasculature. Now, what's the next thing? The key word there, the hypoxia, right? Now, see, if you don't understand what I'm saying, understand these words, you might think AI was correct when AI said, no, oxygen ain't got nothing to do with it. Yeah, oxygen has everything to do with it, because right here we're reading where it says the hypoxia. Hypoxia means lack of oxygen in the tissues. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that is. Right? The hypoxia that is noted in these areas causes the tissue to demand the presence of nutrients and oxygen that would allow the tissue to carry out metabolic activities. Yeah, that's how your vessels work, right? These biological signals activate receptors on endothelial cells present in pre-existing blood vessels. Second, the activated endothelial cells, also known as tip cells, begin to release enzymes and proteases that degrade the basement membrane, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is how the signaling happens. So to start the process of building new collateral vessels. And this one here, now this is from new material. This is brand new vessels, right? Interceptive angiogenesis is also known as splitting angiogenesis. And this is where it basically takes the material of the vessel that doesn't work anymore and just takes that material and creates new vessels out of that material. So this is known as a reorganization of the existing cells, right? So again, here's your stimulators, right? Your drivers, right? Here are the guys that destroy that process, right? Here are the guys that destroy that process. I know you love them. What's the most dangerous thing in this picture? It's not the corn, the burgers, or the franks. The most dangerous thing in the picture is the burning. Yes, like the burned botana oil that y'all be buying. Yes, the burning, right? The burning creates polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and heterocyclic amines. Yeah, you don't need to know what they are. You just need to know that they're dangerous as hell. Yeah, and when you tasting grilled stuff, that's literally what you're tasting. When you tasting burned stuff, that's what you're tasting. A high concentration of those PAHs and those HAs, for sure. Right? Along with the rest of these other guys. These are all nasty customers too. Tear you up real good. Right? Okay, with that, sympathetic, parasympathetic nervous system. Hopefully y'all got some more understanding. Maybe y'all don't, because my Cash App is not ringing. Osborne obviously leading the way. I appreciate you, Osborne, for the Cash App. MSH versus MCH. So on each side, you will see a collection of, we'll just say compounds, for lack of a better term, that stimulate these sides, right? So THC, adrenaline, glucose, stress, right? The cortisol, all those things stimulate the sympathetic nervous system. Acetylcholine, nitric acid, CGM, CBD, all of those things stimulate the parasympathetic nervous system. If your heart speeds up, you need to stimulate your parasympathetic nervous system. So you might want to reach for a cup of tea instead of a cup of coffee. Now, when you do that, do not get a green tea or yohimbe or honey goat weed or any of that shit, because that's also going to stimulate and make your heart go even faster, right? Yeah, that's not what you want to do, right? And if you are, you're going through something, your emotional wreck, your heart is pounding, you don't want to smoke that high grade weed, right? You want to smoke you some mid, right? Mid, literally mid grade. Mid grade is going to have some THC and some CBD to balance it. When you get into the high grade, it's mostly THC, less CBD, right? Shout out to Marlon, excuse me. Shout out to Marlon for the $38, the master builder cash app, right? But you want that balance, right? For my people that blow trees for their, they get stressed and blow some trees, right? Take notice, lack of sunlight, poor conversion of arginine into nitric oxide, which not only causes recurrent infections, but heart problems. Almost all myocardial infarction severity is marked by how little parasympathetic activity the heart receives in ratio to sympathetic. That is melanin concentrating hormones work. But because most people don't know what the hell melanin concentrating hormone is, what it does, or where it comes from, this is why Black folks are leading the diabetes charge, leading the cancer, leading the this. Because the things that make up your body, you don't know how they work. And you're not investing into the only guy that does. Yeah. And you go, hold on, brother, because brother such and such know about this too. Yeah. Where's his videos? Yeah, it's a digital footprint universe. Where's the videos? Where's the videos? Where's the videos of these comedic scholars telling you that the Y scepter is the aorta and the Ankh is the circle of Willis? That changes everything. Where the pharaohs, literally the god men, the men of what the originators of the god bodies. If you understood that they was walking around literally waving in your face how to activate the god body, how to activate your physical potential to the highest level, like they're literally holding the tools, the working tools. Hello, the working tools. They're literally showing you, here's the circulatory system in the brain. Here's the circulatory system in the body. This is how you control your personal magnetism. What is it that drives your success in business? Oh, your personal magnetism, how you draw people in. They say, oh, the superstars, when they come in the room, you could just feel the energy. They just got that it factor. Duh, the pharaohs is literally carrying around the it factor. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Sympathetic action floods the heart with lactic acid from glucose metabolism, which in turn blocks calcium flow. Blocking calcium effectually blocks the heartbeat, causing heart attack. When this happens, the gel of structured water liquefies, causing edema at the same time. So this is why when people have heart attacks and they check the heart afterwards, they see mad lactic acid and edema. Yeah, the water. Where does the water come from? It's not like the person had a heart attack, just drank a gallon of water. No, all the gel of structured water where all the water was held, the gel turned back into plain water. So now you got edema. Yeah, that's how it goes. So at the same time, you still have 60,000 miles a minute of race cars crashing into the vessels. So that's why when you get the heart attack, you start getting the rupture in the different places throughout the circulatory system, because you got plaque different places and you got collateral circulation places where it's more fragile. Once the heart starts beating erratic and going crazy, that pressure is enough to bust them calcium, them calcium little patches. And so this is where you see people when they have the heart attack now, they see lactic acid, ruptures in the vessels, as well as edema. Your boy just gave it all to you. You can't get that in a 4-year college program. They're going to charge you $250,000. You ain't going to know a damn thing. I told you to send me a $50 cash app. Some of you niggas struggling. I don't understand what's happening. You don't understand. You robbing yourself. When you rob from me, steal from me, you rob yourself. I'm doing God's work, right? Love, right? Love is the number. Oh, before I even go there, that's how I picked the specific type of probiotics that we use. So when you get the vegan probiotics from my site, I use the vegan probiotics that specifically cleans lactic acid from the bodies and the muscles and the tissues. Yeah, probiotics do that. Cleans up lactic acid. Anyway, love is the number one nutrient. Love of people, love of your family, love of what you're doing every day. You got to love your work. Making love to, your partner, not having sex, right? If you are doing a certain type, if you just fucking, excuse my French, right? I had to do that. If that's what you're doing, you don't really have care for the person, so you got to make love. You got to take your time. You have to get the emotional connection, because that's when your body is replenishing itself. That's the part of the sex act that replenishes. It's the connection. You know what I'm saying? So you can do that for a little while, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And then, if you want to just get to where you need to get to, yeah, you can, get a little 5 or 10 minutes of hanging and banging and get to you, but you need to have that connection and spend time, Yeah. Anyway, love of nature. It's not just about going barefoot. It's about going barefoot, screwing in. Screwing in is enjoying the sounds. You can't screw in properly if you somewhere with fire hydrants and police cars is driving by and all that. It's a wrap. If it's crackheads running around, yo, nigga, who did all that's in your background, you're not screwing in. You can't screw in properly listening to rap music or heavy metal music for that matter, right? No, you need to actually listen to the music of nature. You need to hear the birds. You need to hear the river. You need to hear, you got to get into it, right? And you need to love your creator. Yeah. These are all the things you need to know, because God is music. Christ is a frequency. Naturopathic daily chemo treatments are your breathing patterns. Are your breathing patterns. 1 breath per second. Any more is getting sick. Less is healthy. So 5 seconds per breath, 12 per minute. The slower the breathing, the slower the heart rate, right? The slower the breathing, the slower the heart rate. So you can literally control whether your body is in a sympathetic or parasympathetic state by the breath, which we went through, I don't know how many hours of Soulcraft documentaries explaining this, but it's okay. Square breathing, right? Chase just injured his leg on Friday, so I've been nursing my boy back to health. Yeah. But when the pain was, when he first fell down, I told him how to do this, square breathing, right? Squares, right? Square breathing is the best. Remember, your breathing has 4 parts. You inhale, then how long you hold it in, then you exhale, and then how long you hold it out, right? So if you make all 4 of those parts equal, that's called square breathing. So if you slow your inhale down to 4 seconds, which is the easiest, right? You start adding more time and get more difficult. But if you breathe in for 4 seconds, then hold it. And then you hold it at the end with no breath for 4 seconds. That's a square breathing pattern. You inhale for 4, then you held the oxygen. Then you exhaled for 4, and then you held the carbon dioxide, right? That is going to get your emotions under control and allow you to cope with any kind of pain as best as you can, right? Hypercapnia, okay? Hypercapnia is not just Math Hoffa going on his rants about Charleston White, okay? That is definitely hypercapnia, right? Math is all of a sudden very concerned with pedophiles in the online community. Meanwhile, Math was one of the people that said that I shouldn't be speaking out against pedophiles in the community. I should let the courts handle their business and all that, you know, when it comes to you know who last year. Right. So I'm like, it's interesting how a year later now, all of a sudden, people selectively saying, oh, we got to worry about the pedophiles because stop it. That's definitely hypercapnia. Ah! But no, seriously, hypercapnia is when your body starts this process of keeping more CO2 than oxygen. And it's a slow process, and it is the hidden driver of diabetes. Your diabetes doctor is never going to tell you about this. Okay, they're never going to tell you about this, but this is quietly a hidden driver of diabetes. Your body is not able to get rid of the CO2 enough. And this is one of the things that keep people healthy when they keep a sport in their life. You know, you play a little basketball or a little volleyball or soccer or something, get out there and then swing the golf clubs or whatever. The exercise outdoors helps your body to get rid of excess carbon dioxide you're building up. Right now, for my GOAT season alumni, you guys know that we went deeper into the oblong square. Right? The oblong square, which is the medulla oblongata, has inside of it what's called the Botzinger complex. And this deals with rhythmic breathing, right? And we talk about 2 breaths for 1 inhale, 4 breaths for 1. I mean, I should change this. Damn. And I know that's messed up in the book. Oh, well, if you didn't watch the video, then you know. Right? But 2 breaths for every 1 exhale. Yeah. 4 breaths for every 1 exhale. Like when you cry. When you cry, your body forces you to do this to get control of your emotions. That's that. You know, you be crying. And then you. Yeah, because you crying, you emotionally out of control. Either you super angry or super sad or way too happy, right? So to create balance, to get emotional stability, because remember, your emotions are tied to your electricity flowing through your body, right? So to get that system back under control, your body uses the breath, right? To get the parasympathetic and sympathetic balance, it uses the breath, and it forces you to do it. Right? This is the same thing your body does when you sleep. So a real adept, you know, somebody who's really developing their spirit, when you see them sleep, it's scary because they're going to have times of the night when the body's going to do that. And then it's going to look like they dead for a little while because they're going to periodically like do them double, triple breaths and then stop breathing for stretches of time. Yeah, the breathing gets crazy, right? But we did that. We went through that in the, what was this series we did? Damn, what's this dead rapper name? Damn, what was the name of that series we did? We did a whole series on dreams and all. Anyway, but that's what the oblong square controls that, the breathing patterns, right? Okay, we moving, right? The Chinese people knew it all along, right? I studied Chinese medicine for a little while. They tell you crazy stuff like the kidneys nourish the heart. And then you come into Western science, and Western science tells you that they don't know what the hell they're talking about over there. But yeah, they do. Because the kidneys have these little pyramids on top. These little pyramids on top of the kidneys are called the adrenal glands. And these adrenal glands are going to be what actually controls the parasympathetic and sympathetic activity of the nerves on the heart. Right. And this is why apigenin, this guy right here, apigenin, APIGENIN, is so important, especially for people who live, who has stress to manage, or people who just smoke a lot of weed. You want to incorporate celery, or drum roll, please, lettuce into your life. Right? Just like they said in Kemet. Why? Because celery and lettuce is what's high in apigenin. Yeah. And this is what's going to rejuvenate the kidneys and the adrenals. Yeah. Right? So, here is what your cell membranes are made out of. Right? Your cell membranes are made out of hydrophilic tails, or rather hydrophilic heads, and hydrophobic tails, right? Now, the hydrophobic tails do what? They go on the inside of the membrane. The hydrophilic heads are on the outside of the membrane. So what does that mean? That means the water that comes in contact with these membranes is always in the process of doing what? Structuring itself. So that's the water outside the cell, the water inside the cell. And this is all of the membranes of every cell that you have in your body. So again, your body is a water structuring machine. But guess what? Diabetes, when you have diabetes, not only are the pigments being coated with sugar, but so are the cell membranes being coated with sugar. So all these hydrophilic heads are covered up with sugar, so you lose the ability to structure the water. Yeah. So the ENQI cycle does not just take place within the cell to produce free electrons. It happens in all the vessels to facilitate circulation. Man, my typos is terrible. Bang. 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 Yeah. 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 This is nature. This is how it works. Yeah. This is the god of water right here. Right? Well, we know ENQI is the god of water. But this is the god Nu. Right? This is the god Nu, where they first start breaking down about structuring water. Right? That's literally the story of Atum. Right? Atum, the sun god, right? The solar deity, right? That charge comes from the separating of Nu. Literally, the oldest creation story in history is about structuring water, right? So this is the answer to the age-old question: why is there a heartbeat before there is a heart, right? Now you know why. Because the whole vascular system is a binary system. It's all music. It's all pulses and beats, right? And look how your heart forms. Your heart literally forms from a vortex into a more complex vortex as you get older, right? Inside the cells, structured water, right? Red blood cells don't have a nucleus because red blood cells literally are the nucleus. The nucleus of a cell is where the information is kept. The red blood cells literally travel around the body carrying information. Yeah. All right. Now, let's take a look inside the red blood cell. And what do you see in here? This is where the selenium and the sulfur conversation gets crazy, right? Both work, selenium or sulfur, they both work. But this is where the rubber meets the road in the pheomelanin, eumelanin conversation inside the red blood cells. Okay. So your red blood cells are actually a larger version of the NRF2 system. Your circulatory system is literally a macro circuit of the micro circuit. I told y'all that already. That's what the Chinese do, the macro and the micro circuit. You have the large heme group, which is your blood system, and you have your small heme groups, which is in the mitochondria, right? That's why the blood doesn't have the nucleus, because the blood is the nucleus. The nucleus is where the information is carried. Your red blood cells literally carrying information from the pineal to the heart, from the heart to the tissues. Yeah. Right? The hollow sound that the keystone makes is the hissing sound, or the cerebral spinal fluid in the vortex of the third ventricle. 3 squares below the keystone is the third ventricle, right? 3 squares, third, that's where the third ventricle is. The place with the offensive, wet, swirling gases, hint, hint, wink, wink, right? Here is where the keystone is located, in the center of the ankh. And the ankh is known as the key of life. Yeah. All this is going to start making sense for you now. Y'all done sat here long enough. Now we pulling it together for you. The pineal gland has the second most blood flow to the kidneys. Look, where the arrow's pointing, the pineal recess, continuous with the third ventricle. Yes, the pineal gland is literally a crystal that facilitates light and sound exchange to be converted into come on now. Binary coding. Yeah. This is why the pineal gland, even though it's a part of the brain, remember the brain got a blood-brain barrier, but that doesn't, the pineal gland doesn't deal with that blood-brain barrier. It sits outside that. The pineal gland is the only structure in the brain that's outside the blood-brain barrier because it got to get the blood flow to exchange the information, right? It has to get the blood flow to exchange the information. So again, we back here again, right? We back here again to the third ventricle, right? We back here again to the third ventricle. This is ENQI's river, right? Oh yeah, we got a few more little pieces. Okay. Okay. The 3 coming together. We wrapping it up. The 3 coming together, right? Right? This is Hecate's wheel, right? This is the origin of that triple tau. This is the old triple tau from Kemet, right? This is what that's about right here. When the three comes together, and it only works when the three comes together. When the three comes together, what is produced when the three comes together? When the three comes together, right? Hold on. When the three comes together, everywhere in the universe where three energy fields meet, they create an interference pattern, which if we are an eye shot will look like something. You understand? When three energy fields meet, they create an interference pattern. That interference pattern is what we see around us, the hologram, when they talking about the holographic universe and all that. See, even them people, holographic universe, and what's his name? Bruce Lipton, and what's the other nigga name with the silver hair? All them niggas, they leaving you out. And none of that stuff works without pigment. It's pigment that's facilitating all that. So there's no holographic universe and all this and all that without pigment, champ. Yeah, pheomelanin, neuromelanin, melanopsin, panopsin, all these opsins and globins and yeah. No, we going all the way in. Thank you from Renee. Ooh, we're at that 369. Yeah. So this is how holograms or holographic, this is how this is produced when you have three energy fields meet, right? When the three energy fields meet, that's how we get the illusion. That's how we get the illusion of our universe, right? Now it's more, we got to do some smaller classes, but this is what I want to close with you on, because this is what the heart and the brain are doing together, right? They're creating your universe, literally, right? Now, this periodic table, I want you to understand that this periodic table is a table of light. Understand that every single atom in our universe is constantly blinking. Listen, they're constantly blinking. Just like that. Atoms do like that all day, every day, nonstop. You go, what do you mean, Ink? Where's that at? Every time an atom receives light of any kind, that atom makes the electrons shift. When the electrons shift, they release light back out. So, like I said, all atoms are constantly blinking, right? Because light is every fucking where. Yeah, the light that we can see and the light that we can't see. Don't just limit yourself to visible light when I say light. So all atoms are constantly doing that. Keep that in mind, pun intended, right? The atoms are blinking, right? Because we about to blow your mind and then we get out of here, right? I'm about to show you the creation of space and time, and then we up out of here. After that, y'all have to conclude that not only is ENQI smarter than AI, but ENQI is clearly the smartest nigga on earth. We're about to walk you through the creation of time and space right now. Okay, so here's a thing called persistence of vision. Okay, persistence of vision traditionally refers to the optical illusion, right? These folks is following the Indians. It's amazing that they follow the Indians for everything else but science. Right? They following chakras, goofy shit, but they're not following the illusion of Maya. The illusion of Maya is what you should have picked up from the Hindus. Persistence of vision traditionally refers to the optical illusion that occurs when visual perception of an object does not cease for some time after the rays of light proceeding from it have ceased to enter the eye. Time and space are aspects of observance. You are the observer. Your heart projects all you have observed into the cosmos, right? Now, why do I have this here? Because the 3, 4, 5 triangle, remember, 3 plus 4 plus 5, very simple, is 12. 12 is the master number when it comes to time and space, right? The 3 greater lights show how 3 lights meet at 90-degree angles, which is the square, compass, and the hologram produced, or the book of law. right? You got to have a book of law, right? The book of law is the knowledge, the wisdom, which we know is synonymous with light. Hold on. The 3 lesser lights is a triangle, the 3, 4, 5, which gives you the 12. This is how light literally comes alive to create time and space. 1/12 of a second is the limit to the persistence of vision. When the light remains in the mind's eye, right, or a still frame picture remains longer in the mind's eye than the light that produced it, the brain is fed another set of light coordinates. This begins the illusion of movement. This is the creation of time and space by the projections of atoms. Y'all are going to have to sit with that for a little while. 12 per second is 12 hertz. That's the frequency. This is where light and sound come together. This is why your basic beta waves of being awake is at that same 12 hertz, right? Is at the same 12 hertz. This is when your brain is not being strained. If you do any little bit more, it's going to start to strain the brain, especially when you go all the way up and get to the gamma waves. Whole other conversation, right? But 12 hertz is where your brain wants to be at. That's when you're alert, but you're relaxed, right? If you get too relaxed, you slip down and go to sleep. But 12 per second is where the brain wants to be. We are born into a world where still images are already flashing. This creates the illusion of time. This is why you have to understand that the atoms that make up everything around us are constantly releasing and absorbing light. Everything is blinking faster than you can understand. And because we're born into this and we never get to see the light bulbs go out, so to speak, we believe in the movement and all this other stuff. And we think it's something that's happening outside of our mind, but it's not. That is the magic of Hollywood. It's not no secret Illuminati thing. This is the magic. I'm explaining it to you, right? This is the magic. I'm explaining it to you. So here's how the mind and the heart works together. Here's an old picture of trepanation. This is them. This is their old science of spirituality right here. This is how you get this story, right? Where you remove the keystone and go on down to the Holy of Holies and all that. Anyway, calcite microcrystals in the pineal gland of the human brain, right? Cubic hexagonal. I love that. Even in the pineal gland. Look, hexagonal morphologies have been identified using electron microscopy, the crystals, edges, and blah, blah, blah. So it's just telling you about the calcite crystals or otoconia, the crystals in the ear, right? But this is how the information is transferred to the red blood cells for transport back to the heart from the pineal gland, right? Fluorescence and absorption studies and the binding of copper and iron to transferrin, right? A study has been made of the fluorescence and absorption changes that occur when copper and iron bind to transferrin. So again, when you download the book after I finish uploading it, I got to finish uploading it. But tonight you'll be able to download it for free. You got this long ass video for free. Well, not for free. Y'all got to send me some cash apps. Right. But you got what the study, fluorescence, resonance, energy transfer. Right. And it works based on a thing called the Forster mechanism. A nonlinear dependence of fluorescence on metal binding was observed for iron, but not for copper. This is also consistent with the Forster mechanism. Agreement between the experimental fluorescence results for iron binding and a phenomenological treatment with a random binding model is present as evidence for independent and equivalent metal binding sites in transferrin. So this is basically explaining to you that light is transferred through your blood cells, especially with the help of iron, all the time. All the time. And what type of light do you have in your body? Fluorescence, which is why phosphorus is the main. Yeah. And how many times a day does red blood cells pass through the pineal gland? 12 times. Yeah. Okay, you're going to get this thing, right? So we have this picture that I created to help you guys remember, right, what I just communicated to you, right? You got some other jewels in there that we're not going to go through. We don't have time, right? But again, I want to show you guys these little pieces real quick, right? The wa scepter is the aorta, right? Yeah, don't let nobody fool you. They don't want you to know what your ancestors was up to. Them dudes over there calling themselves comedic scholars on that other platform, they are not there to educate you. They are there to uneducate you. So you got years and years of study with these goofy niggas and they don't know nothing about this. That means you're wasting your time and money. They are spinning your wheels. That's the new COINTELPRO, to get you to spin your wheels. They can't stop you from trying to fulfill that quest that you have to get to know God, to build your soul and spirit. So what they could do is just give you endless amounts of BS to study that doesn't amount to anything. So they got to try to quiet me down. You don't, yo, them platforms is mad as hell with Crumb. Ah! What? They like Crumb that gave this nigga a voice again? Yeah, right? This is the wa scepter. Look, here's your shin. Your shin right here is the histones. This is how your name stays alive forever. Didn't your ancestors told you that? Your name stay alive forever through the shin? Well, what's the shin? The shin is what carries the DNA. Duh. That's how you keep your name alive, passing the DNA along. Yeah, that's it right there. Yeah, they don't want you to know that this is all real stuff. They want you to think that this is made up gobbledygook. Yeah. They want you to believe this is made up gobbledygook. But see, I takes my time. When y'all send me that money, I goes and gets all these books. I get the ancient manuscripts. Yeah. See, these is ancient Chinese manuscripts talking about creation of the diamond body. So they didn't say God body. They talked about the diamond body. But diamond, we know, diamond made out of copper. We know the pigment, copper. Yeah. So we don't have to go there. But the diamond body is that maximum potential being reached in the physical body. That maximum potential being reached in the physical body, where your body is resistant to rust or inflammation. You slow down the aging process, which is why gold is always revered. Gold doesn't rust. When you achieve these levels, you begin to slow down the aging process internally, right? A cheat code is just go up to the mountains where there's no people, low stress, don't have no children, don't get into a relationship, don't have a business, just go hide in a cave somewhere. Yeah, that's an anti-aging machine just like that. But everything else you do, you're sacrificing, so you got to make it worthwhile. Even every word I say, I'm very aware that breathing with my mouth to talk takes time off my life. Yeah. So I understand that when I'm teaching you, I'm literally taking days off my life to teach you. But I died already. God brought me back. I flatlined already. So I got to do this. Yeah. Yeah. That's why you got to send me a Cash App. You think this shit is a game. Anyway, right? So, yeah. We even have the crypto, right? We got the crypto donations. Feel free to send me a bazillion crypto dollars. Yeah. Send me a bazillion crypto dollars. Right? Yada, yada, yada. Let me see. Ooh. Okay, yeah, we did most of that already. Okay, and I think we talked about these cycles. We might have to do another class to talk about these cycles, but I think we got the understanding of why the Holy Royal Arch is about the pineal gland and the heart, and why you are not a complete Mason until you have those degrees, and how cardiology is inseparably linked from spirituality. In fact, cardiology is spirituality, right? It is spirituality, right? It is also the lack of understanding. Hosea 4:6 is, the leading cause of death, right? And now you know the link between diabetes and heart disease. What else? You know a lot of cheat codes in order to deal with the. In fact, here's that's what this is right here. We kind of went over these cheat codes the other day. But you have them when you download the book. They'll be here, right? Did we talk about diabetics having more histamine in the blood? Yeah. No, I think we didn't, but it's cool. It's in here, right? So download this book a little later and you'll have it. Tonight, like 7, 8 o'clock. By 9 o'clock, I'm going to be live again with Get On Code in the family. We're going to have a dope conversation. Hopefully, if they don't kill me, because they done invited me over there to talk about chakras. That's going to be scary for me. The first time I talk to the audience, I'm going to tell them chakras is fake. They be like, boo, tomatoes. Yo, niggas love chakras. But, yeah. So these are simple ways that you can see how your heart is doing, right? If you have swollen feet, what does that mean for your heart, right? Or if you have pain in your left arm, versus pain in your right arm, what does that mean for your heart? If you have lower back pain, what does that mean for your heart? Blurry vision, what is that saying for your heart? Right? If you just get glasses to deal with the blurry vision, but that's telling you something about your heart, you're in trouble, right? If you not getting a hard on, right? If you wake up in the morning, men, right? Men, if you wake up in the morning, your penis not hard, right? If you don't know that that's directly connected to your cardiovascular system health and your heart health, then guess what? You will let these people that's making $1 billion a day off this shit tell you that's normal. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. You're just getting older. Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about that. Oh yeah, your joint ain't getting hard. Oh yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, it works when you have sex, right? Like, yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm good. All right, cool. No. The moment you wake up in the morning and your joint ain't hard, bro, you automatically getting ready to have circulation problems, heart problems. If you make sure your penis get hard every morning, if you make sure the Tekken is up, yeah, you will never have to worry about heart issues. Duh. I showed you lettuce from the god Men, the god of hard penises, literally. The god of ejaculation. Literally, his herb was the wild lettuce, which is why we use wild lettuce in our herbs, right? But as long as you got the hard penis in the morning, you don't have heart trouble to worry about. Yeah, nobody who, I can't say nobody, but I can say almost nobody that has a natural hard penis early in the morning has a heart attack. Unless some wild shit goes on, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, the bodybuilders and the athletes, they don't count because they using all kind of drugs and steroids and all kind of other stuff. And not even just like illegal, right? Because the doctors give it to them also. Remember that steroids is not illegal. First of all, y'all need to know that about steroids. Steroids is not illegal, right? Getting steroids and using it by yourself is what's illegal. Yeah, you're supposed to get a prescription. You're supposed to let the doctors shoot you up. So how do you think that basketball players be playing on the court, then they do something or flip their leg or something, and they on the floor, them niggas, they can't get up. Football players, they get hit, boom, they can't get up. They take you to commercial. They get homeboy off the floor, you know, he limp off, or they carry him off, whatever, take him to the back. And in 5 minutes, he come back ready to finish the game. What happened in the back? What happened in the back that couldn't happen in the front? Yeah, they shot him up with all kind of shit. Yeah. Right? So, just little cheat codes, things you need to know. So if you got tingling in the hands and the feet, paresthesia, right? That's telling you that you are having nerve problems. Remember, the nerves are just as much as connected to the heart as the veins and the arteries, right? The nerves are just as important to the heart as the circulatory system, maybe even more important, right? Because the nerves is what causes the heart to stop working, right? So very important for you to understand this process, right? So again, vegans, why is I put that vegan deficiency? Because vegans be avoiding cholesterol listening to these doctors, right? You avoiding cholesterol, goofy niggas, but you need cholesterol to make all these different things. You need cholesterol to go with the sulfur. When you eat the onions, it's going to turn the sulfur in the onions into cholesterol sulfate. That's one of the things that makes the cells hydrophilic. Yeah, cholesterol sulfate. You're going to need that. Also, the NRF2 system to keep the body clean and healthy, right? Cholesterol for testosterone, cholesterol for your body's, all your body's anabolic hormones. And ladies, you need testosterone too. That's why y'all getting fibroids and cysts, because you're not getting enough testosterone production in your vajayjay. Right? That's why you ladies is not busting a nut. You're not having an orgasm because you don't have the cholesterol and you're dehydrated and you're mad with your man because you're watching all these Ciara dumb shit and all this other shit. So you blaming it on him, but it's your fault, right? Yeah, that's happening, right? Cobalt, right? You got the cobalt, the different forms of cobalt, very important for this process. Right? B12 is cobalt. Just in case you didn't know, B12 is cobalt, right? You got hydroxy cobaltamine. Think of it that way, cobaltamine, right? A cobalt amino, right? A cobalt amino, right? Then you got the methyl cobalt amino. Then you got the adenyl cobalt amino. Those are your three natural forms of B12. That cyanocobalamin is poisonous. Stop taking that shit and don't listen to nobody to tell you to take it, right? Cyanocobalamin is cyanide with the cobalt. Bruh, no. They gambling with your body. Listen, that's a gamble. Let me tell you the gamble. Here's the gamble. The gamble is you got so much mitochondria, right, in each cell in your body that any cyanide that kills off mitochondria, it's going to only kill off so little bit amount of mitochondria that it's not going to affect your cellular function. So that's what they mean when they say in small amounts, the cyanide is not dangerous. It's not dangerous to your overall life, but here's the problem. We got all kind of shit jammed up. We done did too much drinking, smoking, like we got all kind of problems going on. So you don't know where you got sensitivities at. You don't need even a little bit of cyanide, like, nah, I don't need no cyanide on my program. I'm going to be cyanide free, right? If I have to choose between $13.99 for cyanocobalamin or $24.99 for methylcobalamin or hydroxycobalamin or then you got to pay the extra $10, right? Or just wait, don't buy nothing. Yeah, you can also opt out. Don't buy anything, because I've had a bunch of people that they having certain issues and they're like, oh yeah, I got some B12 and I've been on it. They be on that damn B12 forever and they ain't getting no results. right? Because you on that cyanide synthetic shit. That's made in the laboratory. That's not made by bodies for bodies, right? That's not made by bodies for bodies, right? The process of cobalamin that's a bacteria thing. So when we had natural plants, natural soils, the greens would the microorganisms in the soil would do the B12, feed it to the plants. We eat the plants, we get the B12 from the plants. Now we have sterilized soil. So that's the reason why they say, oh, if you're vegan, you might not be getting the B12. Yeah, because the soil is fake. So it's missing a lot of nutrients, especially from the microorganisms that will be in there. So yeah, you're going to have to get it and supplement it. So the ocean steak on our website, of course, you got the B12 in there, right? But if you want to get double up, quadruple up, or you got some shit going on right now, and you know, yeah, I'm telling you what you need to get, because that's going to directly affect your heart health. Anything that affects your heart affects your soul. Yeah. Yeah. What else we got? The lovely onions, right? This guy down here, very important, eNOS. Look up eNOS. This is a nitric oxide enzyme. This is a guy doing mad work inside your circulatory system to make them blood cells go. This is another thing that I was looking for the artificial intelligence to mention. Artificial intelligence ain't mentioned. Nitric oxide, enzymes, the sulfur, it ain't mentioned. None of the crucial shit to making your blood work. So, yeah. You need proof that the AI is dumb? You got it. Right? So now you can answer these questions on how being vegan or working out or smoking weed can kill you. Because a lot of the people that watch me are all three. Yeah. I got vegans that's working out and smoking weed. And I need y'all to understand how all three of them things can combine to kill you. Notice that when we talked about the weed killing you, we didn't mention the blunt wraps, right? Because niggas will get defensive. Oh, wait, no. I'm using backwoods. Oh, no. I'm using Fontanine. No. I got the raw vegan hemp wraps. Yeah, we on those. We didn't mention that, champ. We're talking about the actual thing that you think is the good thing is the bad thing. Didn't they tell you that's what the devil do? Make evil fair seeming? Yeah. Makes evil good and good bad. So now, at the same time as you got all these other platforms telling you about being an atheist and how God is fake and all that, they don't spend no time telling you how demon time is fake. You notice they don't touch the demon time subject. Meanwhile, all of our kids is on fucking demon time, killing each other, killing themselves, filling up the prisons to become what? Slaves. Because once you get that felony, champ, yeah, you are listed as a slave by the Constitution of America. You talking about, I got rights. No, you don't, nigga. The moment you picked up that Draco and got it popping, the moment you got it popping with your Draco, the moment you got your felony, you lost that. You lost that. Yeah, you're now a slave. You don't even have the right to remain silent anymore as a convicted felon, champ. You a slave. You got to do as you told. You're not even a man no more. You a slave. Slavery has been abolished except for the convicted felon. Yeah. This is how the pipeline to prison works. The pipeline to prison don't work from the school to the prison system. Umar don't know what the fuck he talking about. It ain't no pipeline from the school to prison. That fits Umar's agenda. Umar is getting money that way. I respect Umar. I want to see the school come to fruition, but the truth is the truth. The pipeline to prison comes from the music. It comes from criminality. Yeah. Demon time. Yeah, demon time. That's what they are. Yeah, and that music of demon time is spreading around the world. That shit is in the UK, Africa, Europe, everywhere. Everybody on demon time. But there's no God. There's no God, but there are demons. Angels are fake, but there are demons. I'm like, blood fucking clot. What did I go to sleep and wake up in this alternative universe? This shit is nuts. And all these platforms, they anti-God. They literally have thousands of hours of you funding them to debate whether this God is fake or God is pretend. That's the two options you get to choose from. Is God a myth? And is that myth helpful for people? Or is God just fake? I'm like, I'm in the back of the class. I'm like, hey, is there a third choice? Could God be real? Is anybody, could God be real? No? Oh, wait. Then you got a 5% nigga. Hold up. I'm God. You look over this nigga. Nigga, you smoke crack. How you God and you smoke crack, nigga? Get your ass out of here. Huh? How you God? You can't stop smoking Newports. Newport is God. Nigga, you with Eric Garner. Yeah. If you can't stop smoking Newports, you are not God. These are facts. This is why our babies are on demon time. The gods cannot have addictions. Gods cannot have addictions because the addictions control you. God is one who's in control. How are you in control if your addictions drive your behavior? Yeah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. So somebody has to speak and say, there's a third option. Yeah, no. God is out here. Yeah. God is music. Christ is a frequency. These are the facts.
It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, you heard?